Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Diddy and Jay Z, the court files, part two. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Diddy and Jay Z, the court files, part two. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here, I am back, and I am back live, and we are going to get into this thing on tonight, peoples. I said we're going to get in this thing on tonight, peoples. We are back with part two of Diddy and Jay Z, the court files. We're back with a vengeance, peoples. And so before I begin, peoples, I got to go ahead and put my allegedly warning disclaimer up. And so let me go ahead and do that now. Let's go. All scenes in this video has allegedly occurred. We hold no responsibility to what is being spoken. Peoples, that means any and everything that I say and you say on this live has allegedly occurred. And so with that being said, people, we hold no responsibility to what we say. And so let me put up my other warning, peoples. Content warning. The following video contains materials that may be harmful and traumatizing to some audiences. Content disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers, of authors, and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger and sharer of information and strives to verify, but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrighted materials or completeness of the information on this channel. If you have a complaint about something or find your content is being used incorrectly, please contact the broadcasters prior to making a copyright claim. Any infringement was not done on purpose and will be rectified to all parties' satisfaction. All right, peoples, that is my disclaimer. That is my disclaimer. And so we're going to get into this tonight, peoples. We're going to get into this tonight. And one thing I want to do, peoples, is I want to go back to my channel, because there is a live that was done, peoples, and I want to go back to that because I've been playing that earlier on last night. And so, people, I want to shed light upon what had transpired upon this particular live that this young lady had did. Now, bear in mind, peoples, that this young lady and young ladies who was a part of this live, and they had put out their truths as they saw fit about the Jay-Z and Diddy scandal. And so, peoples, you be the judge as to what you believe. But see, the thing is, peoples, you have to be very careful about the things that you say and the things that you put out, because those things that you clout about may not necessarily be accurate and true. And so, when you're going and you want to go and vilify somebody else for putting out bad and false content, well, my thing is simply this. You better think about the various things that you did and make sure that that of what you put out is actual, factual, and true. Because in the end results, peoples, you will come out with egg on your face. I said, you will come out with egg on your face, peoples. And so here we go, peoples. We're going to watch this tonight. And so shout out to the content creators who had played these lives and things. Shout out to the young lady who had spoken her truth and whatnot. But you guys be the judge as to what you believe. I said, you guys be the judge as to what you believe, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? So let me see here. I'm trying to get back to the live that I had watched on last night. It was really something, peoples. And it is called The Sauce. Just then, Jay-Z could finally be arrested if the plan with P. Diddy is exposed. Celebs react. And this is the young lady Sauce. And so she given her rendition as to what has transpired in the P. Diddy case. And it is really remarkable to me, peoples, because I mean, she went in on Tisha Tells and she went on some other people and things and stuff. And so this is what I say, peoples, everybody has their commentary when it comes down to Beyonce, Jay-Z, Diddy, and all of this. But, on this channel, I'm just going to keep it real and 100. On this channel, I'm just going to call it like I see it. Now, you may like it and you may not like it, but that's okay, because the thing is, peoples, I got to call it like I see it. I have to call it like I see it. And I'm not going to sit and believe other people just because they said it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we are free thinkers here. We're free thinkers here. And I'm not going to vilify these men when there is no absolute evidence that they committed anything of the things that they're alleged to have committed. Is that all right, peoples? And so let's just be fair. Now, you are more than welcome to render your commentary. You're more than welcome to render your commentary. But with me, I just need to be fair. I can't pass judgment upon these people just because some other YouTubers and Facebookers feel something different. Until you can prove to Edward Joseph that these things that they are being alleged of doing happen, well, then, hey, let's go in full force on them. If there's any substantial evidence that proves, but see, allegations alone, peoples, is not saying that they are guilty. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I want you guys to sit back. I want you guys to watch this little mini live that she had did, because she's going to touch upon a lot of things, and it's going to be very interesting. But then at the end of the day, people, you make your decision as to what you believe. Because to be honest with you, peoples, when you want to go and try to throw shades upon other people and what they say, you better make damn sure that what you say is ironclad. Is ironclad. Because before you start opening up your mouth upon other people, make sure that of what you have put out there has been vetted properly and is something that is substantial, that you can say, okay, yes, this happened. Be honest with you, peoples, and I've been doing this quite some time. Now, when you want to go and you look at photos and things like that and stuff, you got to assess the photos, peoples. It's more than just going ahead and looking up postings and things of that nature. You can go a little further and look up the venue to see when all of these events actually taking place. Now, if you want my opinion, which I know you don't, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway. I don't believe for one moment that the young lady who proclaimed that Jay-Z and Diddy had touched her kitty. I don't believe that, peoples. I don't believe for one moment that a family would have allowed her autistic child to travel 5 hours away and not know where she is and be out late at night. You do know the freaks come out at night, right? The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at the freaks come out. The freaks come out at night. Well, the freaks come out at night. Kinky, dinky, freaky. You remember who was that who had sung that song? Raunchy, bougie, ratchet. I'm a something she was saying. I can't remember the artist's name, but y'all know who I'm talking about. Ratchy, bougie, ratchet. I'm a ratchet. I'm a hatchet. What? Y'all help me out. What is the name of that song? Ratchet, bougie, ratchet. That's all I can think of on that song, but I can't remember who the artist was. But I remember playing her song one time on my live. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mello said, "What's up, bro? Ed? What's up, everyone in the chat?" And see, peoples, this is wonderful because see, the thing is, this is when you know you got some true supporters. Regardless of what you say, Mello don't get into his feelings, peoples. And Mello is always here to support Edward Joseph. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, it doesn't matter what my stance is. Mello is here to support. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I got some supporters who's all in their feelings and stuff, and then they don't want to chime out. They don't want to come to the live because they don't agree with what I'm saying. Well, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Because see, the thing is, peoples, I'm going to go on and I'm going to continue to live, whether you're here or whether you're not. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, no people stop the show. And I got some subscribers out of it. And then I got new people coming in, chiming in because they're so interested about this case. So peoples, get out your feelings. Do you understand what I'm saying? Get out your feelings because don't start taking all of this stuff personal. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Stop taking it personal. Just because we agree to disagree, that don't mean that, you know, stop coming to the live, stop supporting, stop chiming out, stop asking your questions. Come on to the panel and talk and speak your piece. Speak your piece, peoples. You know? But see, the thing is, when you don't agree and then you be silent and you don't come back and you don't say nothing, I'm already knowing. I get it. Everybody's busy. Okay, I get it. Everybody's busy. But I'm always going to be here, peoples. And I'm always going to chime out with the various things that I see because it's what I say. But you got a voice too. And so whether you want to utilize your voice or not, that's fine. I'm still going to do what I do. Mello said, "What's up, brother? It's been a while." Yep, I am back. I got my computer up and running. I built my computer is pretty much built new. I got a new graphics card and I got a new motherboard. I got the memory already built to capacity, so my computer is blazing fast. I got fiber for the internet, so that's blazing fast. And then I got 3 different virus protection programs on my computer, so I'm safe, I'm happy. And then I'm going to start producing more graphics to the lives and things and stuff that you're going to see. And so the thing is that I haven't had a chance to kind of like do my preview videos and things because I've been volunteering. You know, I teach printing. So, you know, that's where I've been today. So I got in a little late, but I'm here. And so I meant to do some pre-videos and stuff to post up. But, you know, like I say, I've been working and I've been doing my civic duty and volunteering and helping the people get their message out. So I'm here, I'm live, and you know, I'm doing good. So Mello had said, "I see the graphics has been on point." Well, look at here, I'm learning. I'm learning and I'm burning. And I said, I won't let these people outdo me. And so, you know, as much as I can, I'm going to continue to keep bringing it to you guys. I like this new forum now, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? I like this new forum. I like to just come and bring some topics up and to talk about it. That's what the lives is for. See, people's, I'm not like all of those other people. So if you want the people to give you theories and um, conspiracy theories and all of this stuff, well, this is not the right channel. We're going to bring it. We're going to bring it hard. We're going to bring it heavy. I'm going to render my opinion. You can render yours, but I'm just going to call it for what it is. And that's what it is. And so it ain't no need for me to vilify these people when I don't even know them from Adam. But I'm only going to bring to you what the courts had said, because regardless of what my opinion and what your opinion may be, the courts is the ones who's going to decide, and the jury is the one who's going to decide. And so set aside for all of this rhetoric and raunciousness and this hilarious and nefarious mantra that these people are speaking. Are they going by what the court records say? Because that is what makes the difference in this case. And so we're going to go and we're going to read the court records. We're going to read the court records and we're going to see what Diddy is actually up against. We're going to see what Diddy is actually up against. And see, people, it wasn't until the other day when I went live on part one, when I found out that what Busby is doing and what P. Diddy is charged with is two totally separate cases. One is a criminal and one is a civil. I didn't know that. The way that these YouTubers was making it out to be, Busby was a criminal defense attorney, a prosecutor, and he was prosecuting, or he was stating that he was going to prosecute all of these people. But I'm going to see if I can find this clip, because see, Busby is full of shit. Busby, all he's doing is trying to shake down the people for their money. Busby is going to continue to keep saying, well, I'm talking with the feds. I'm talking with the feds, and I'm going to bring your name out and all of this and stuff. Well, you know, if I was some of these people who was going to have their name called out, you know what I say? I'm going to do just like Jay-Z. Call me out. Call me out. And if you're working with the feds, who cares? Who cares? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if I didn't do anything, I ain't got nothing to worry about. Right? Right. But if I did something, well, then I'm going to be sweating bullets. And so Busby ain't doing nothing but just trying to shake these people down, because all he's going to do is continue to put out there, well, I got the names of these people, and I'm going to name names. Well, who cares? Who cares? Name the names. Name the names. Because all of the 100 or 200 people who he has names of, he's going to try to bring it out individually, one by one. Really, peoples? That would take years to bring to fruition. And I don't think that man have enough life in him in order to bring all of those cases individually. It's going to cost him more money than not. And see, the thing is, people, it ain't nothing but a shakedown, because it ain't nothing but money. Money. Now, I'm waiting for the superseding indictment to see who else is going to be charged. Who else is going to be charged in this case? Because, see, it's going to be the superseding indictment that is going to bring others behind bars. Not just pitiful Diddy. Pity Diddy. Or penis Diddy. It's going to be more than just Diddy, peoples. Because, see, the thing is, if there's a racketeering charge up against Diddy, which it is, Diddy didn't do it alone. Diddy didn't mess with the girl's titty and mess with her kitty alone. Some other people was in there, and they was complicit peoples. And so this is why I really don't have much to say about Diddy, other than if what is being alleged is what you did, well then, brother, you need to go down. And you need to spend the rest of your life in prison, never to see the light of day again, never to be able to hold a Christmas dinner with your family. With your family. People's, and we're going to play back this little clip of one of the people who's supposed to have been SA'd by Diddy. Now, see, the problem that I have, people, is, and I'm just a reasonable person that's just speaking his mind. Why is it that all of these people are bringing all of these allegations and all of these civil case files and stuff right now? Why now? If the man had busted your buns back then, why didn't you say anything then? Why are you saying something now? And see, people, the thing is, this is what makes me feel some type of way. Because I'm trying my best to give them the benefit of the doubt, but how can I when all of these people is coming out with the civil suit? If you got your buns busted then, why are you just saying something now? That is my point, peoples. That is my point. If you got your buns busted, why say something now? And do you think that you're going to get some money out of it? Because he is facing all of these charges? Well, I'm going to be honest with you, peoples. I'm going to be honest with you. If it comes out that Diddy didn't bust any of these people's bonds, I'm going in hard and heavy on these people who brought all of these charges. I'm going hard and heavy on this autistic, now I got the name right, autistic girl who is 30-something years old and sitting up there playing with a teddy bear. They wanted to get on the sympathy side of the people, but you ain't fooling me. See, it's just like what Fresh Source TV had said. She is one who has a high caliber of thinking. Do you understand what I'm saying? She has a high caliber of thinking, people. She ain't as autistic as the people or she tries to make it out to be. And so I'm just trying to go back to the conversations that we had and things, but she had gave another name to that and stuff. So let me take a look at this and see. Okay, and okay, she is high functioning. She is a high functioning autistic person, which she said, which means she has the ability to create things in her mind and believe it, or even if someone told her a story, she has the ability, because they get stuck on one fixated thing that she can make herself believe as if it really happened. Peoples. That's why I love First Source TV so much, because First Source TV, she is a analytical thinker. She's a very analytical thinker, and I love that. I love this. Is people? Did you know that First Source TV had started with me when I first started my channel? When I first started my channel, how we had the conversations on the last couple of nights is how we had started when I first started my channel on Facebook. Now, I know a lot of people don't like her, but she doesn't care. And I know a lot of people don't like her for talking about me on her side, her so-called friends and stuff, but she doesn't care. Because see, at the end of the day, peoples, it is called politicking. I don't go and I don't prevent anybody from speaking on my channel. All I just say is be respectful. Come, if you're going to speak, but be respectful. And if you can't be respectful, well, then it ain't no reason to come to my channel, because I'm going to block your ass. I'm going to talk about your ass and I'm going to block your ass. And so whether my people or anybody has a aunt with Fresh Source TV, well, then who cares? I don't give two rats asses. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I don't give two rats asses, because again, This is how we started. This is how I started my channel. And she has always come on, and we had always had good, wholesome discussions. It's called respect, peoples. It's called respect. And you got to learn how to respect each other. You got to learn how to respect each other, peoples. Whether you agree or whether you disagree. Respect. And when you bring respect, well, then it is given back to you. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So, whether you people like her or whether you don't, well, she is going to be always a consistent guest on this channel, because I'm bringing it back home. I'm bringing it back to the way that it used to be. You know, that song by Bishop G.E. Patterson says, take me back, dear Lord, to the place where I first received you. Take me back, dear Lord, where I first believed. So, peoples, I am taking my channel back. I'm taking my channel back. Taking it back, and I'm going to do the things to where and how I used to do it. Now, I may not always talk about the Kanika Jenkins case, but I'm going to be talking about all of these other cases, and I am going to give my commentary behind it. Now, whether you like it, whether you don't, whether you agree, whether you disagree, if you feel that I'm talking about you, well, then come and talk to me, because I haven't mentioned no names, peoples. I mean, if you are in a group that I talk about and you are doing behaviors that I talk about, well, then if that offends you, good. I'm glad that it offends you. I'm glad that it offends you because, see, me offending you and you offending God by what you do is a lot worse than me offending you. See, when you offend God by your nature and by the things that you do and the things that you say, well, then you should be more concerned about God being offended than me offending you. Is that all right, peoples? You know? And I mean, if I offend you, well, then don't watch me. Simple as that. I mean, I don't care. I don't engage. I don't condone. And so there it is, peoples. So if you're offended by anything that I say, well, then good. Be offended, stay offended. Is that all right, peoples? Because until I call out your name personally, none of you people should be in your feelings. I said, none of you people should be in your feelings. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So I just wanted to just throw that out there, peoples. We are going to get into this. We're going to watch this live of what the young lady, the sauce, had said, peoples. The sauce. And shout out to the sauce and shout out to Tisa Tales and shout out to all of the other content creators who was in the sauce live. Shout out to her. But see, this is what I'm saying, people, and this is one of the reasons why I'm showing this, because see, my thing is simply this. When you want to clout, make sure that you know what you're clouting about. Is that all right, peoples? Make sure that you know what you're clouting about. And so for all of the people who do the so-called research, well, make sure that when you do your research is coming back with something that can be substantiated. Now, everybody's going to put a spin to what they perceive or what they believe. And that's all right, peoples. It's all right, because whatever you believe is what you believe. But if you're going to clout behind that and you want to call other people out to the carpet behind your so-called findings, you better make damn sure that you are on point with that of what you say, peoples. Because if not, you'll be the one with the egg on your face. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples, let's get into this. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Let's take a look at the sauce, peoples.
Trouble. This is the one I call. This is my strategist right here. This is my brother.
Hey, yo. Thanks for tuning in to The Source, your source for celebrity news. Check this out. I want to start off today's video by saying thank you so much to everybody out there who supports the channel and who has helped us reach and surpass 75,000 subscribers in record time. I mean, real talk, y'all are the best, and I love y'all. Now, let's get into it. As you already know, the 13-year-old Jane Doe who's suing Diddy and Jay-Z did an interview with NBC. And during the interview, everybody realized at the exact same time that there are some serious holes and inconsistencies in her story. I mean, not little holes, but Grand Canyon-sized holes that have now created enough reasonable doubt that it's going to be very, very hard for her and her attorney, Tony Busby, to dig themselves out of the hole that they just done put themselves in. Source, can you please play the clip?
You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life.
A 38-year-old mother from Alabama who has filed a lawsuit accusing Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z of raping her when she was 13 years old is speaking out to NBC News for the first time. She asked us not to reveal her identity.
What made you want to come forward and talk today?
Because I think that I've been quiet long enough about what I've been through, and it's been hard enough to be quiet. But it's a chapter of my life that I'd like to close.
An NBC News review of her account found inconsistencies with her allegations. She says that she went to the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000 to catch a glimpse of her favorite celebrities.
You weren't scared to be all alone?
No, with having autism is like feeling like you live your life in a shatterproof juggle ball. The world's on fire. The fire is inside the ball with you, but there's no way for you to get out.
In addition to having autism, the woman says she suffered a head injury. The night of the 2000s VMAs, she says a friend drove her from Rochester, New York to Manhattan, a more than 5-hour drive. Her attorney provided NBC News with the name of the friend who has since died. The woman says she spoke to Combs' limo driver who offered her a ride to an after party.
I stumbled upon Diddy's driver who told me that I was exactly what Diddy was looking for.
What did you think when he said that to you?
I thought it meant that I was just pretty.
She went to a White House, she says, where she spoke to musicians Benji Madden and his brother.
I'm talking to Benji Madden about his tattoo because, I have about his tattoo that's the Last Supper because I have a religious background. So it was just something to talk about.
In a statement to NBC News, a representative of the Maddens confirmed that they did not attend the 2000 VMAs and that they were on tour in the Midwest at the time. At the after party, she says she had a drink that made her feel woozy. Then she says Combs and Carter took turns raping her while a female celebrity watched.
JC comes in and rapes me. He at that point I was fighting, trying to get away from him, and he put his hand over my mouth and told me to stop it, cut the.
After the alleged rape, she says she ran to a gas station where she called her father, who picked her up and drove her home.
We rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me what I did or where I was.
In an interview with NBC News, her father said he could not verify the claims. Quote, "I felt like I would remember that, and I don't. I have a lot going on, but I mean, that's something that would definitely stick in my mind," he said. When we asked the woman about the contradictions in a phone interview on Friday, she said that she stands by her statements. "I have made some mistakes," she said. "Honestly, what is the clearest is what happened to me." The inconsistencies in her account of an incident alleged to have happened 24 years ago does not necessarily mean the allegations are false. The accuser's attorney, Tony Busby, said, "Because we have interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph. This has been extremely distressing for her, to the point she has experienced seizures and had to seek medical treatment due to the stress." In a statement to NBC News, Sean Carter said, "This incident didn't happen, and yet he filed it in court and doubled down in the press. True justice is coming. We fight from victory, not for victory."
Is any part of you scared coming out against such powerful people?
Yeah, I'm scared of what could happen, but I'm more afraid of letting it eat me alive from the inside out than I am of, being chastised by their fans.
Now, after people saw that news interview, a whole lot of people who were sitting on the fence about Jay-Z were like, okay, that's it. This lawsuit is bullshit. Now, the 3 primary reasons why people are now starting to believe that the lawsuit is fugazi is because, in the news report, Jane Doe said that on the night in question, Diddy's driver took her to an after party after the party, where she spoke to Benji Madden and his brother. But the Maddens later confirmed that neither one of them attended the 2000 VMA Awards because they were away on tour. 2, she said that the friend who drove her from Rochester all the way to New York City is now deceased. So, I mean, her story can't be corroborated. And 3 is a biggie. She said that she asked her father to pick her up in 2000 after she was allegedly actually assaulted by the jiggler and the diddler. But her father is saying he doesn't remember doing that. Now, I must say that all of this bodes well for Jay-Z's defense, because there's no way in hell a father in his right mind is going to get an emergency phone call from his daughter who's stuck on the side of the road 5 hours away. He's going to get out of his bed, jump in his car, drive 5 hours, pick up his daughter on the side of the road, drive her home, and then not ask her why she was over there, and then forget the whole thing.
Now, see, people, was right there. Right there. The girl was 5 hours away from home and supposedly had been taken by one of her friends. How many 14-year-olds, when you was 14, knew somebody who can drive a car? I mean, if you knew somebody who can drive a car and then you're out at that time of the night, then that already tells me your family dynamics. That already tells me that, you know, you disregarded anything that your parents had told you. So why did you have to sneak out the house? I mean, you know, you're climbing out the house. Your friend is waiting for you to take you to an event that's 5 hours away. So 5 hours, that's a lot of money and gas, peoples. 5 hours. You know how long 5 hours is on a road in New York, peoples? I want you guys to think about that. And she's going to explain that in this live. 5 hours. 5 hours, not 1 hour. It takes me 1 hour to get to work every day. You times that by, or you add that by 4 more hours. And that'd be a whole week of me having to get to work. An hour every single day, peoples. So 1 hour on the road. She spent 5 hours trying to get to such event. And then when she got to the event, she says that she was wandering around trying to see how she's going to get into the party or how she's going to get to a party. Think about that for one moment, peoples. I want you to really just break that down. 5 hours is a long time for an autistic girl to be in the car with someone. Now the person who was supposed to have driven her is dead. Why didn't she give the name of the person who was supposed to have driven her? We need to do a background check on the person who has given her a ride, whether they're dead or not. So we're supposed to just sit here and believe just because she said that the person is dead. Don't you think that we should be able to know who the deceased person is and be able to look into their lives and try to get a greater understanding as to when did they get their license to drive? What was the date of birth? Where exactly did they live? And from where she lived to where the supposed party was supposed to be? You know? See, we don't have a lot of details, people. We don't have a lot of details. The only thing that we have is you have to protect yourself, and it's bothering me to the degree to where I have to seek medical attention and things. So it took you 24 years to finally come out, and now after 24 years, It's still bothering you? Really? So see, people, so my thing is simply this. If that is true, if it is true, let's just hypothetically speak now. If it is true that this happened to her, look at the amount of people who would be charged just for the simple fact that they were there. Because there had to be many people who had seen it. There had to be many people who had seen it. Had to be. Had to be many people who have seen it, peoples. And so if it's true, then Diddy ain't the only one who's going down. It's all of those other peoples who have seen it as well. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So if it's true, Diddy ain't going down by himself. And then my thing is, why can't, if she identified Diddy, she identified Jay-Z, she identified Diddy's limousine driver, knew him by name and stuff. Okay, I'm live right now, so you know, you gotta send what you're going to send and things and stuff. But I can't keep shutting down my live trying to look at all of the stuff and have, you know, offline discussions and things. So if you're going to send something, just send it and things. But I can't keep looking at my phone with every message that you're sending me. So like I said, peoples, if that be the case, then my thing is simply this. Diddy ain't going down by himself. And if she recognized Diddy and she recognized Jay-Z and she recognized the third person that was supposed to be in the room with Diddy, well, what is the harm in telling the people who the third person is? See, that's the play, people. That is the play. You got to understand the play. And if she was at the house with all of these celebrities and things, why didn't she get the celebrities' autograph? I mean, she's 13 years old, so she's going to act like a grown adult. She's in a room with grown people. So I'm sure somebody at that party would have had to know that this girl was young. How did she dress? Did she ever tell you what attire that she came in? You know, how did she dress and things? Did the limousine driver corroborate her story and say, yeah, oh yeah, I took her. Yeah, I was the one who did it. And if Diddy has been filming every party that he had, does this young lady appear on any of that video footage? Because see, the thing is, people, Diddy, they said that Diddy recorded everything. So was the young lady seen on any video footage? Because if she was, guess what, peoples? Diddy's ass. And if Jay-Z was caught in that video footage, Jay-Z ass is going down. But the question is, peoples, was she caught on video footage? Who is the person that's supposed to have driven her? And if that person is deceased, why aren't you releasing the name? The person is deceased, so the person can't talk. How so convenient that everything she say cannot be corroborated, peoples. And that's a disturbing factor, peoples, that many of you just don't get. But see, I'm not a sucker. And I'm not going to bend down and bow down and believe this madness that many of these people is trying to portray had happened with no proof. Is that all right, peoples? So, see, that's the way that my mind thinks. See, you can say all of this salacious stuff, but I need some details. If you can remember some hardcore things like that, well, then give me the subtle details. Subtle details. You know, I'm not asking you to remember everything. I'm just asking you to remember some things. And in some things, it's simply this. What time did you leave to go to this event that you proclaimed your friend took you to? What time? See, peoples, they ain't telling us no time. They ain't telling us no date. They ain't giving us nothing to really sink our teeth in. All it is madness in conjecture. And that doesn't sit well with Edward Joseph. I'm sorry. You want me to believe you got to come better than that. I said you have to come better than that. So people, let's go ahead and listen to the sauce. Because you already heard what she said, right? You already heard it. And so I'm just going to let it play. Now let's listen in, peoples. Let's go. I'm going to rewind it back just a hair, just so that you missed something. So let me go back a couple of minutes. About right there. Now, let's go.
The night in question, Diddy's driver took her to an after party after the party, where she spoke to Benji Madden and his brother. But the Maddens later confirmed that neither one of them attended the 2000 VMA Awards because they were away on tour. 2, she said that the friend who drove her from Rochester all the way to New York City is now deceased. So, her story can't be corroborated. And 3 is a biggie. She said that she asked her father to pick her up in 2000 after she was allegedly sexually assaulted by the jiggler and the diddler. But her father is saying he doesn't remember doing that. Now, I must say that all of this bodes well for Jay-Z's defense, because there's no way in hell a father in his right mind is going to get an emergency phone call from his daughter who's stuck on the side of the road 5 hours away. He's going to get out of his bed, jump in his car, drive 5 hours, pick up his daughter on the side of the road, drive her home, and then not ask her why she was over there, and then forget the whole thing, especially when your kid has autism. And the fact that she's saying that he was in no state to remember doesn't make sense, because the only way that he wouldn't remember that is if he was drunk or if he was strung out on drugs. And the fact that he was able to drive 5 hours to pick you up shows that he wasn't drunk or on drugs. And I know somebody's going to come in the comment section and be like, yo, Source, that was 24 years ago. How's he supposed to remember that? Listen, let me tell you something. 20-something years ago, I was driving in Jersey, and I was speeding down a New Jersey turnpike, and I got pulled over by a cop, and the cop ended up taking my car. And so I was stranded in some little town in West Bubblecuff, New Jersey. So I called my sister, and I was like, yo, I'm stuck in Jersey. I need you to come pick me up. Now, as I'm recording this, there's nobody around me. I'm all alone talking to you. But I'm getting ready to link up with my sister. And when I see her, I'm going to ask her where I was 20-something years ago when I got pulled over by the cop and she had to pick me up. Hey, girl, quick question. 20-something years ago, I got stranded in a different state, and I called you to come pick me up. Do you remember where I was and why I was there?
A little strange town in the middle of nowhere in Jersey. And why? I mean, it was driving, speeding.
See, there are certain things that people tend to remember. And one of those things is when you call them and it's an emergency and they have to get out of their bed and drive 5, 6, 7 hours away to pick your behind up. Now, don't get me wrong, because I be forgetting stuff all the time. As a matter of fact, somebody asked me how old I was the other day, and I had to do a double take. I was like, I don't know. And then I thought about it, and I was like, oh yeah. But with that being said, one would think that if your daughter was missing one night and you had to get out of your bed and drive 5 hours away to pick her up, you would remember that. And when her little behind got in the car after she done snuck out the window and went all the way to New York City, you'd be grilling her like crazy. I mean, the questions wouldn't stop for the entire 5-hour ride. I mean, where were you? When'd you leave the house? How'd you get here? Who brought you here? Where were you at? Who were you chilling with? Have you been drinking? Listen, let me know in the comment section below. If your kid snuck out the window and went 5 hours away, and in the middle of the night they called you to come pick them up, is there any way in the world that they're getting in your car and you're not asking questions? Let me know in the comments, and while you're down there leaving a comment, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now, after people saw that interview, the pendulum swung in Jay-Z's direction, and people were like, nah, Hov ain't do this. We rocking with Jay-Z until the wheels fall off. And then one of the wheels fell off because Tisa Tells was like, not so quick. I've done some investigating, and it turns out that Jane Doe may have made one mistake, and that was the date. Tisa pointed out that there's a legal precedent that says that even if a victim, especially if they have special needs, gets a date wrong, their case is still legally viable. She also pointed out that the VMAs was held at Radio City Music Hall in both 2000 and 2003. And this is important because the Madden brothers were in fact at the VMAs at Radio City Music Hall in 2003. And according to Tisa, all you have to do is swap out 2000 for 2003. And if you do that, everything that the chick said actually fits. Therefore, if Jane Doe got the date wrong and really meant 2003 instead of 2000, everything lines up. Now, after she disclosed that information, the pendulum started to swing back the other way. And people were like, yo, NBC is trash, Diddy is trash, and Jay-Z is trash. Man, the jiggler and the diddler definitely did it. And as always, people heard what Tisa Tells had to say, and boy, did they start to run with it. I mean, they were running faster than Usain Bolt in the Olympics. And all of a sudden, people started to change their minds. And all over the internet, you started hearing, nah, she telling the truth, because it really happened in 2003.
Y'all, hands down, Jay-Z is going to jail. Yo, he's going to jail. And everything that woman said is true. Only difference is she had the wrong year, y'all. She had the wrong year. She said it happened, I think she said, 2000 and something. It happened in 2003. Everything that she said happened in 2003. And shout out to Tisa Tells because she was all in they tale. Okay, y'all? Y'all, when I say the shit about to hit the fan, it's over. Now, let me tell you something. Jay-Z and his lawyers tried to get this through out so fast. And the reason why, because they didn't want this information coming out. Y'all, it's about to go down.
Yeah, your reference to Tisa Tells, or Tisa, sorry if I'm saying her name wrong. I looked at maybe like an hour of her stream. I know she's still streaming, but I wanted to clarify some things if that's okay, based off of what she stated.
Now, I don't know if you guys noticed it or not, when the young lady was just speaking, she said that wow, that's gunfire. But I ain't looking up. Let them do what they do. That ain't no firecrackers. That's gunfire. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, peoples, I don't know if you caught it. I did. The young lady said that she said it was 2023. The autistic girl never stated that it was 2023. She said it was 2020, not 2023. Let me rewind that back so you guys can catch that.
She had the wrong year, y'all. She had the wrong year. She said it happened, I think she said, 2000 and something. It happened in 2003. Everything that she said happened in 2003. And shout out to Tisa Tells because she was all in they tale. Okay, y'all? Y'all, when I say the shit about to hit the fan, it's over.
Yes, it's over and the shit is about to hit the fan because the girl never said that it was in 2003. She never said 2003. You said 2003. That lady never said 2003. Y'all see how the story changes so rapidly, peoples? If you're not listening, you'll never learn anything. The woman never said 2003. She said 2000. He was sitting up here pondering what 2003 are. 2003. No, you said that, not the lady. Now you want to convince yourself, oh, it was 2003. So now it just happens to be 2003 because the lady said it. But what lady said it? Lisa Sales said it and you said it. So you just piggyback upon what she said. But that ain't what the autistic woman said. Peoples. Boy, see, peoples, it is important to listen and listen for yourself so you can learn something. I'm trying to tell you something and I'm trying to teach you something, peoples. Because it's very important to listen. See, people speak so quickly and then they just go flap and blabber at the mouth and stuff, but they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Well, you know, why are you going around challenging people if you don't know what you're saying? No. See how the pendulum went the other way? And now they want to deem Jay-Z guilty, all because this girl right here has stated it was 2003. Just because she said it, now they're supposed to make it law. It's amazing, peoples. I said it's truly amazing. And this is why you got to have eagle ears. And this is why you have to have eagle eyes. Because you got to be able to hear it and then you got to be able to see it. All right. Let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
That woman said is true. Only difference is she had the wrong year, y'all. She had the wrong year. She said it happened, I think she said, 2000 and something. It happened in 2003. Everything that she said happened in 2003. And shout out to Tisa Tells because she was all in they tell. Okay, y'all?
See, people, she wasn't even for sure what she said in the beginning. She said, what did she say? Oh, it happened in 2000 and something. And then she remembered, oh, yeah, well, I said 2003. And so now everything was supposed to happen in 2003. Really? See, you know, people, you do such injustice when you want to go and you clout and you want to really clout upon other people and try to convince the people that everybody else is wrong when you don't even have your facts right. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so now, if people hear that live, and then they just go repeat what she said. Yeah. Well, they said it was 2003. No, that's what she said. You go back to the original interview, and the young lady will mention 2000, not 2003. 3 years later. This is exactly why you have to listen, people. Let's listen in. Let's go.
Their minds. And all over the internet, you started hearing, nah, she telling the truth because it really happened in 2003.
Y'all, hands down, Jay-Z is going to jail. Y'all, he's going to jail. And everything that woman said is true. Only difference is she had the wrong year, y'all. She had the wrong year. She said it happened, I think she said, 2000 and something. It happened in 2003. Everything that she said happened in 2003. And shout out to Tisa Tells, because she was all in they tell. Okay, y'all? Y'all, when I say the shit about to hit the fan, it's over. Now, let me tell you something. Jay-Z and his lawyers tried to get this through out so fast. And the reason why, because they didn't want this information coming out. Y'all, it's about to go down.
Yeah, your reference to Tissa Tells, or Tisa, sorry if I'm saying her name wrong. I looked at maybe like an hour of her stream. I know she's still streaming, but I wanted to clarify some things, if that's okay, based off of what she stated.
Oh, hold on. Nubia, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so she says that the law allows for a variance of 4 to 6 years as far as being off. So if you said something happened in 2000, but it actually happened in 2006, they'll still accept the claim. So
really,
yes, there's a minor protection law for those that can't quite remember the exact date. That's what Tissa Tells was saying in her live. Yes, she did a lot of research. She said she conducted research for half a day before deciding to stream, and that was one of the things that she stated, that there is room for error. There's a margin. And I think people should keep that in mind before formulating a public opinion.
Okay, so does Tisa Tells have 8 to 5 job or 9 to 5 job, peoples? I mean, if you're going to be doing research for half a day, then you ain't nothing but an internet sleuth that sits up here all day long prying into people's lives and stuff, and then making lives behind that. And is that your full-time job? And then what does the research consist of, peoples? I mean, when people say, well, I did the research and stuff, what is research? What, just going on Google, typing in people's names and stuff, and there it is, abracadabra, hocus pocus, there it is? Really? That's research? I mean, I hear people all the time say, well, I did the research and stuff. So what, you go onto some type of website and pull up some paperwork, that's research? I thought research had consisted of some things that takes a while. You know, you emailing, or you writing letters to some entity to get some type of paperwork in, things of that nature. Research nowadays is just staying on Google and Chrome and just typing in letters and stuff, watching old posts, watching old videos and things like that. That's what the research that these people do nowadays. And then they go and then they take all of that information, they put a little bit of jazzy music to it and stuff, and just have little clips and things, you know, and they formulate it together and try to make it seem like, oh, well, this is actual factual and true, because look, I got the clips of all of this, I got the fancy graphics and stuff, you know, I got the gift to gab to put a narrative to it, and that's my research. Anybody, I don't have time to do research like that. I can't spend half of a day on the computer looking up stuff. I have a full-time job. I have a child that I have to take care of. I have a household to make sure that everything is all in order so my son can be able to come and have a good home-cooked meal. I got to pay some bills here. Make sure that I keep the internet on it and keep gas in my car, you know? So when you say research, I don't have time to do research because I got to drive an hour up to work and damn near 2 hours back every single day. And then on the weekends, I go and I'll do the volunteer work and I teach printing. So what type of research does Edward Joseph have? What type of time does he have? So, I asked different ones that work with me and stuff, find a few little clips or a website and stuff that I can call up some podcasts or, some lives or something. And even still with that, I don't even have time to cut it up and stuff to go ahead and go live and, show little clips and things. So I'm not I'm not one that depend upon the internet to line my pockets with money, peoples. I mean, if I can go live, I can go live. And if I can't, I can't. So I can't do the research like many of you proclaim that you do. And then the research that you do, what is it? Well, I want somebody to find the research. And if you're spending half a day just so you can go live and give it to the people, really? Really? Wow. People, I can't do that. I got a life. I said I got a life. I don't have a wife. I have a life. And if I had a wife, you think I'll be on every other night? Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell no. Hell no. To the no, no, no. I'll be just like R. Kelly said, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. So I'll be bumping and grinding than to be living. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So, I mean, kudos. Shout out to the people who do research for half a day. I just don't have that type of time. Is that all right, peoples? All right, let's go ahead and let's listen to this, peoples. Let's go.
Okay, so as you can see, some people heard what Tisa Tells had to say, and once again, they started to turn on Jay. But then there was a whole bunch of other people who were like, yo, what are y'all talking about? I don't know what Tisa Tells is over there cooking, but she needs to put that pot down because she done got it all wrong.
YouTuber Tisa Tells is going off the rails after NBC News cooked Jay-Z's accuser.
So I say all this to say, okay, if you guys were watching live yesterday, 2003 is the year I believe all this happened. 2003.
Tisa Tells is spiraling over there, gang. She wants this to be so. She wants it to be true because there's a lot of reasons for it. Because once she got egg on her face because she been saying he been wrong for days. She been calling Jay-Z all kind of things for days. So now she looking crazy. So instead of being like, you know what, gang, this girl, we're gonna have to pull back on this girl. No, we want to bounce it around, shift the narrative, move it over here, make it like we want sympathy for the accuser. Fuck that. No. Because if he would have been proven guilty, you would have been making mad videos about how he's a devil and a demon and a sick individual. You would have been eating off Jay-Z for years because of this girl. But now you saw the video, you saw that she's kind of slow, and you saw her story ain't adding up. So now you're like, we need sympathy for starts talking about all this stuff about the court systems and how they treat victims. No, we didn't want to hear none of that shit. When you accuse a man, have your story together. It's painful. I'm just gonna be honest, watching Tisa go down this rabbit hole. I told you, I have no problem with her. I've been watching her for a long time. She works really hard. She does what she does. But this one she's spiraling. I think she needs to move on. Go back to getting that Diddy, which is cool. That's whatever. We have no problem with that. But at the same time, I need her to understand what's going on with this case. It's over. She's stirring up, she's cooked, she's whipping up. I'm telling you, she's whipping her fans into a frenzy. They sending all kind of letters to the state, and it's weird, gang. They're getting ridiculous. And what's going to happen is they're going to get embarrassed, and it's going to be worse in the long run for her. Her channel's going to suffer. I'm telling you right now, if she keeps going on this narrative of trying to spin this in, well, it's a lot of weirdos. I'm just being honest, weirdos in them comments that just don't care. She says the most zaniest stuff, and they don't care. They're there for it, right? Like it's kind of severely demented to me in a way where they have zero critical thinking over there. It's just like whatever she says, it is what it is, right? But let me know what you think in the comments. Like I said, Tisa is cool and all that, but on this, sis, simmer down, slow down. It's over. Jay is not a monster. She's doing Jay and Beyonce's in financial crisis. Do you really believe do you really believe Jay-Z and Beyonce is in financial crisis? Be honest.
Yeah, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. Now, I don't know what Tisa and her wig said. I don't watch her, but I'm sure she was clickbaiting her ass off. This story don't make sense. And that girl, somebody tried to tell me that the two guys that she said she talked to, one of them about the tattoo, that they was at the VMAs 3 years later.
In 2003.
I don't give a damn. That girl wasn't there in 2000, in 2001, in 2002. She was never there. They're lying. This is a lie. This is a lie. And people are getting their stupid asses on here. Well, she could be off about the years. No, the fuck, she's off, period.
Tisha Tell is so hell-bent and passionate to make her timeline work outside of what the actual accuser is saying, that it might as well be Tisha ass sitting in that scooter rubbing that goddamn rabbit's foot.
Now, after people started to refute Tisa Tell's theory about the real date of the assault potentially happening in 2003 instead of 2000, the original queen, Ahmadiyya Shakur, who refers to herself as the real queen of receipts, jumped online and she was like, Tisa's dead wrong, and I'ma prove it. And then she proceeded to break out her own real receipts.
I'm coming out talking about it today because Tisa Tell's last night did a video saying that she had proof and receipts that Jay-Z's accuser is telling the truth. And I said, all right, go girl. Because even though me and Tisa don't get along, okay, I consider her my arch nemesis after all the negative things she said about me. But nonetheless, I was like, okay, girl, let's get into it. Because I believe that Jay-Z's accuser, hold on, let me put my phone on Do Not Disturb. I believe that Jay-Z's accuser is also telling the truth. Now, that doesn't mean that Jay-Z is guilty. But I believe that to the best of her recollection, she believes that what she has said is absolutely, in fact, actual and factual. She did say there were some inconsistencies, and we're going to get into all of that. But before I drop my receipts, which are the real receipts, which will give you the actual proof, I'm going to tell you why Tisa Tell's got it all wrong. Because Tisa Tell's, though she said that the queen is an idiot and that I have poor analytical skills, and has accused me of copying her receipts, but in fact, I've proven time and time again that it's her who copies mine. Well, here's the thing. I have to give her credit because she says that she did the research for about 5 hours. And I could see that she did do research, but sadly, the research she did took her in the wrong direction and down the wrong rabbit hole because she has the dates wrong and everything. And so I'm going to show you her receipts first because I put them in the PowerPoint. So lights up, everyone, please like and share. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to I'm sure after she sees this video, she will likely remove hers. Okay, please pay attention. I'm sure after she sees this video, she will likely remove hers. All right, and I'm not saying this to mock her. I'm just saying this because it's the truth. And because if she hadn't talked about the queen, maybe I could have schooled her and called her and told her, or emailed her at least, and told her that she got it all wrong.
All right, so after the original Queen Ahmadiyya, or Ahmadiyya Shakur, said that it happened in 2000 and that Tisa Tell's was wrong, she was like, move over, little girl. Let me show you how to do some big girl research. And she proceeded to say that 1, Benji Madden was not on tour in September of 2000 because according to her research, Good Charlotte's tour didn't start until October of 2000.
Then she talked about Good Charlotte. She said Good Charlotte was there and they performed at the 2003 VMAs. Everything she said was based upon her believing that this all took place in 2003. Okay, and now with that all being said, Amazing Grace says, was Tisa Tell's born when the first MTV Awards came out? Honey, I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. But, she didn't have to be born. All she had to do was do some real research and humbly do it rather than gloating and thinking that she was just on to everything. And the fact that she thinks or thought that she's smarter than attorney Tony Busby, we'll get to him in a second. Now, here's what the young woman said. This is taken from her lawsuit. I screenshot this. Okay, the lawsuit says the residence was filled with celebrities. I'm talking to like Fred Durst, Benji Madden about his tattoo. Because you know about his tattoo, that's like the Last Supper. Because I have a religious background, so it was just something to talk about. Okay, so she said Fred Durst and Benji Madden. But here's the thing. Durst and Madden's teams did not immediately respond to the request for comment. But Madden's representative told NBC News that the musician did not attend the VMAs because he was on tour with his band Good Charlotte in the Midwest at the time. Well, that's not true. You see, that's not true.
Okay, so after that, the original Queen Ahmadiyya Shakur also went on to say that Tisa Tells was also wrong when she said that the White House that the victim was allegedly taken to after the after party was some house in New Jersey, because Diddy didn't purchase the house in New Jersey until 2004. But instead, if Tisa Tells would have done a little bit more research, she would have realized, like she did, that the house that they're talking about is most likely Diddy's white mansion in the Hamptons.
What I do is I sometimes trust, but I verify. Trust and verify. Now, with that all being said, here's what really happened. And here you see on this other screenshot, it says that the young lady, when she was being taken to the after party, it says after about 20 minutes in the limo, she said in the suit, she arrived at a large white residence with a gated U-shaped driveway. I'm saying that the young woman described events that absolutely happened on September the 10th of 2000, as far as Eminem performing outside of the VMAs, as far as the house that she talked about. That sounds like the house that many of us have seen, and I've shown it to you all before, a white mansion in the Hamptons, in East Hampton, where Diddy had all of these parties. And he purchased it in 1998 and didn't sell it until 2020. So she did say it was a white house with a gated U-shaped driveway. Okay?
Now, after the Queen Ahmadiyya Shakur dropped a few more receipts to prove that her theory was right and Tisa Tell's theory was wrong, she dropped a mic on Tisa and was like, yeah, what? And then a whole lot of people came in her comment section and they were like, please contact Busby ASAP, email or inbox. The girl needs more help. Listen, do me a favor. Whatever you do, do not send anything to Tony Busby, because the last thing that Tony Busby needs is a whole bunch of YouTubers sending him wrong receipts. Because even though the original Queen Ahmadiyya called Tisa Tells out for getting it wrong, I'm here to say that original Queen Ahmadiyya, you done just got it wrong too. Because in September of 2000, Good Charlotte, along with Benji Madden, were in fact on tour. And I know, you're like, Source, how do you know that? I know that Good Charlotte was touring in the Midwest on September 5th, September 6th, and September 7th, because here's the ticket stub to one of their shows. So, Queen Ahmadiyya got it wrong when she said that Good Charlotte's tour didn't start till October. Additionally, knowing that somebody has a tattoo and knowing what it looks like is not a receipt. That just means that you know that they have a tattoo and you know what it looks like. Because, I mean, honestly, I know that Tupac Shakur has a Thug Life tattoo across his belly, but that doesn't mean that Tupac had me in a room. You know what I'm saying? And 3, it's virtually impossible for the White House that the young girl is saying that Diddy's limo driver took her to be Diddy's house in the Hamptons. Why? Because she said that the ride was about 20 minutes long. Do you know how long it takes to get to the Hamptons from Manhattan? I mean, that right there is a 2-hour ride. Source, can you please put up the map? See, a lot of people who are not from New York believe that New York consists of New York City and the 5 boroughs, and they think that everything is a hop, skip, and jump away if you take a subway train, without realizing that New York is freaking huge. I mean, real talk, you could drive 8 hours in one direction and still be in New York. You might be in the Catskills, but you're still in New York. So you have to understand that the Hamptons is nowhere near the city. The Hamptons is at the very tip of Long Island, which is a 2-hour drive away from Manhattan. So no, Diddy's driver didn't jump on a BQE and then jump on the Cross Island Parkway and then to the Southern State and then drive this young girl all the way to Sag Harbor, which is where Diddy's white mansion is located. It didn't happen. And if it did happen, that young girl wouldn't have been pulling into that circular driveway until the sun was up the next day. Which leads me to the fact that in her lawsuit, Jane Doe said that her father arrived to pick her up shortly before dawn, which means that after he got her emergency phone call, got in his car, drove all the way to New York City to pick her up, he would have had to arrive shortly before like 6:40 something in the morning. And that's crazy because that means that all of this would have had to take place before 1 something in the morning in order for him to get the call and drive 5 hours and still get there before the sun came up. And let me add this, because it's a very big and. There was no MapQuest or Google in 2000, which means that he couldn't just get in his car, just plug in the address and go get her. He would have had to get directions, a landmark, or an address from the gas station attendant or from his daughter or somebody else at the gas station, get a map, and drive directly to her location. Now, in order to do that, you'd have to stop along the way. You'd have to be figuring out the route. You would have to ask people where like such and such street is. There's no way that you jumped in your car, she told you where she was at, and you just drove straight there. I mean, for real. We all got to remember, this was the year 2000. You're not getting directions off of a Nokia 6150. Now, a lot of people who know that I love doing my Kojak-style investigations on YouTube have been like, Source, how come you were posting a whole lot about Diddy, but you ain't really saying nothing about Jay-Z? Jay-Z must have paid you off. No, the reason I haven't really weighed in and offered a lot of commentary on the Jay situation is that I haven't formulated a concrete opinion yet. See, just because she dropped a complaint alleging that Jay-Z and Diddy ought her doesn't mean that I have to formulate my opinion in just enough time to drop a YouTube video. Now, since you're so interested in what I think this. I think that the source is 80-20 on this, which means 80% of me is like, yo, this ninja didn't do this, especially after I watched that NBC interview. However, there's still a small 20% of me that's like, don't exonerate this ninja just yet. Especially because I keep asking myself, if Jay and Diddy are so innocent, then why is there such a disinformation campaign going on the internet? I mean, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but Tisa Tells got one thing right, and that was this. Right after the news dropped that Jay was added to the lawsuit, information started changing on the internet and photos and videos started disappearing with the quickness. For example, if you look up a picture of Diddy from the night in question, every picture is going to place him at a different location. Same picture, different location, and the same goes for Jay-Z. Now, y'all tell me, how in the world did Diddy and Jay-Z at 4, 5, 6, 7, 18 different places at once? And why are professional photographers going back and changing the captions of their photos from that night? I mean, something's going on, and somebody's trying to hide something, because these cats even got ChatGPT over there lying. For example, if you ask ChatGPT where Sean P. Diddy Combs was on the night in question, they'll tell you that Sean P. Diddy Combs was at Lotus. And then if you ask them where Jay-Z was, they'll say that Jay-Z was in Club Exit. But other people will say that Jay-Z was in New Jersey. But then some other people will swear up and down that Jay-Z and Diddy were in the exact same club. And then if you ask investigative reporter and photographer Dennis Byron where Diddy was at on the night in question, he'll say that Diddy was over at Cipriani's, and he knows that for a fact because he was there too. Watch this.
I read the lawsuit. I know they're gonna have a problem because in this particular lawsuit, there were incident that this alleged 13-year-old claimed to have occurred. Mm-hmm. Well, the first thing, and this is very important, I attended the MTV Awards in September of 2000. Myself and another high-profile celebrity photographer. So we both attended the party. Actually, it was about five of us that attended the award. I think 5 or 6 attended the award show and the party.
Dennis was out there partying.
There was never a party at a house.
What? Hold on, Dennis said there was no party? Oh, man.
And here's the backstory. This is the backstory. And I have the slides. In 1999, I was the photographer hired to shoot the prototype for the Rockaway clothing line. And you guys can Google, do your research. It was the Comic Group, was the licensing company that Jay-Z hired to design the clothing line for Rockaway.
So Dennis was up in there, man.
Damon and Rachel took over. So the timeline's not adding up. And I can tell you who was at the party. Lenny Kravitz was at the party. Lil Kim was at the party. J Lo was at the party.
Celebrity B? I don't know.
Lil Kim was at the party. J Lo was at the party. D'Angelo was at the party. Jack Black was at the party.
Oh, shout out to Jack Black.
So think about this. And I don't know how many you've seen the lawsuit. You got J-Lo at the party. You got Lil Kim at the party. You got different people at the party. What's it? This claim that was a 13-year-old at the party didn't happen. I was taking pictures. Johnny Nunez was taking pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Marciata was taking pictures. So this is interesting that an entire all-star party occurred and someone said it was at a house. It wasn't at a house. It wasn't at a house.
He did say
it was right in Manhattan. And you guys got to know, in my thumbnail, once you guys look at that thumbnail, I took that picture. Benjamin Brockman, an attorney, was at the party. Mario Winans was at the party. Jackie Rowe, who represented Mike Tyson, was at the party. There were a lot of people at the party. Let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to have a hard time proving this case. They're going to have see the problem here is that some of us have our receipts.
Dennis said he's got the receipts too.
I mean, I have press badges going back years. I don't want to say, I think Tyra came as well. So I want to pull some pictures. Well, I don't want to. I'm going to go membership. I'm going to share some pictures for you guys.
And make sure y'all go join the memberships over on Dennis's channel too. He's got some great content over there. Dennis knows what he's talking about.
So the crazy part of this lawsuit is nothing is adding up. The award show was at the Radio City Music Hall, September 7th. No one's leaving Manhattan to go to Jersey to go to a party. In 2000, just think about it. Those who are old enough, over 50, think about being in Manhattan, who lived in New York City, and who has maybe tended to put some house parties. With Cipriani's, the Manhattan Center, and Puff did a lot of parties at the Manhattan Center. But this one was at Cipriani's. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the photos don't lie. The photos don't lie. I posted tonight. I intentionally posted on Twitter a photo of Puff. And people say, why am I posting pictures of Puff? Because of the reason. Because that picture was taken at the party.
And y'all want to see the picture that he's talking about? This is the picture right here. Dennis took at the after party. He took this picture. He said a great photographer is not just an observer, but a storyteller, crafting emotions and meaning with every shot.
Now I know. After hearing Dennis Byron say that Diddy was at Cipriani's and he has the photo to prove it, I know. You're like, oh snap, Diddy and Jay-Z got an alibi. Listen, let me tell you something. This dude right here is lying, and I'm gonna tell you why. We know for a fact that Diddy and J-Lo were at the VMAs in 2000. Source, can we please see a picture? If you look at the picture, you notice that when Diddy and J-Lo arrive at the VMAs, P. Diddy has a mustache with a connected goatee. But then, Dennis Byron claims that P. Diddy left the VMAs and went to Cipriani's, where he took this picture. Now, if you look closely at this picture, there's a mustache, but the goatee is not connected. So, later on that night, more photographers take pictures of Diddy. And in those pictures, Diddy has a mustache with a connected goatee. So unless P. Diddy left the VMAs, went home, shaved his mustache, and then went to Cipriani's, where you took this picture, and then after he left Cipriani's, he quickly grew the hair between his mustache and his goatee back. Sir, the picture that you took that you're claiming is from Cipriani's from that night could not be from that night. But I am wondering why someone who says that they used to work for Jay-Z is now claiming that Diddy was definitely at Cipriani's. Now, of course, it could be an honest mistake. I mean, it was 24 years ago. But it also could be a coordinated effort. Now, what people looking into this case need to understand is that Diddy is very different than Jay-Z because they're two different type of dudes. For example, Jay-Z's from Brooklyn and Diddy's from Harlem. Also, Diddy sold out while Jay-Z bought in, which means that they play this game very differently. And you can't approach things that have to do with Jay-Z the same way that you can approach things that have to do with Diddy. Because just like Corinne Steffens once said, P. Diddy will raw dog you, but Jay-Z gonna put on that rubber. So, after I looked into things and quickly realized that the internet was being scrubbed and information was being changed all over the place, I was like, I'm not even getting ready to stress myself trying to do a deep dive into this. Because as I get older, my motto is work smarter and not harder. Which brings me full circle back to the story about me speeding down the New Jersey Turnpike 20-something years ago. In order for Jane Doe's father to get from Rochester to New York City, he would have had to drive through 4 toll bridges, including the old Tappan Zee Bridge. And he would have also had to go through the Lincoln Tunnel, because the only way you can get from Rochester to New York City without paying tolls is if you take an airplane. And we all know that he didn't do that. So, if he went through 4 tolls and went through the Lincoln Tunnel, there are definitely pictures of his car and his plates, because there are cameras at every toll booth and in the Lincoln Tunnel. So, if Jay wants to prove his innocence, or Jane Doe wants to prove that her father made the drive on that date and time that she claims, all they have to do is get their attorneys to get the toll footage from that day, and it'll support or disprove what she's claiming, even if her father can't remember. And I know somebody's going to come in the comment section and be like, Source, that's so stupid because that was 20-something years ago. Let me tell you something, Negro. New York State doesn't forget anything, because the other day I got a letter in the mail and these ninjas were like, Source, you owe us $140 for a ticket that you got in 1999. And on the bottom of the letter, there was a picture of my car and my license plate. See, unlike whoever's like scrubbing the internet for Diddy and Jay-Z, New York State does not forget anything, and they also keep that information on servers. I mean, real talk, if they keep the information in Mississippi, then you know darn well that they keep that information in New York City. Watch this.
I get the question almost every week. There's a camera at the intersection where my wreck occurred. How do I get that footage? In Mississippi, MDOT runs traffic cameras all across the state on different roadways. It'll take an attorney looking into whether or not your traffic cam would have been covered or recorded and stored. Most of them aren't in the state, but it is always worth a try to go find that footage that could show your wreck.
Listen, gas stations and businesses may erase their cameras every 24 to 48 hours, but trust me, New York State isn't erasing nothing, especially if they can use that footage to get a few dollars out of you. So if Jane Doe can get her a photo of her father driving over the Tappan Zee Bridge on September 8th, 2000, and then driving back towards Rochester about an hour later, then there's a high probability that Jay-Z and Diddy did it. But if his car ain't nowhere to be found on that bridge, this chick is lying her A off, and the case needs to be dismissed. Now, with that being said, like I always say, I wasn't there, I don't know what happened, but I can say this. Even if Jay-Z isn't guilty of what he's being accused of, the disinformation campaign that's going on online does make it look like Uncle Murder might just be right when he says that P. Diddy is over there using his boy Jay-Z to run plays to help him get out of jail. Because if Jay-Z can get Tony Busby disbarred, then guess what? All 200, 300 of his cases have to disappear. And those people would have to find new attorneys. But new attorneys might not want to rock with him because they have the stink of Tony Busby on them. And that would mean that P. Diddy would only be left with 9 or 10 cases instead of having a fight like 299 cases. Source, can you please show us what Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder had to say the other day?
Okay, we got a crazy moment happening right here with this Jay-Z lawsuit. He's got tied into the Diddy thing. A lot of people were shocked that he wouldn't just let it make it go away. Yeah. He had the opportunity, but he's gonna face this head on. My question is, you're from Brooklyn. You guys are the New York.
I'm from Queens. Yeah. He's from Brooklyn here, baby.
So what do you think about this?
You know what I think happened? I think Diddy paid somebody to say that shit about Jay to get the heat off of himself because Diddy looking bad out here. I think he's trying to get the heat on Jay.
I never thought like that.
I think he paid somebody to put the heat on Jay. Gotta watch Diddy. He going through a lot right now. Keep the caller.
What do you think?
I think it sounds like a money grab with that one.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. For somebody to extort you, send you a letter, and then you gotta send your lawyers, sound like extortion.
Yeah, they trying to get that bread, man. And tell TMZ to make sure they use this. Uncle Murder and Tony Yayo. See you this.
Hey, your name is put out there like that. Like you had the choice to say, hey, You know,
that.
I didn't. You know, you could make it disappear. But he didn't. But he didn't. Do you think he, in the end, like he made the right choice here? Because he has powerful lawyers. You know, he's.
I mean, get the lawyers on it,
You
man.
gotta speak up, man. I seen him try to. I seen Jay-Z mention Brooklyn. He said, "Is this a Brooklyn?" Brooklyn don't
He
move
did.
like that.
Hey, he did.
Don't come from Brooklyn now, Jay. But Jay, that's Puff trying to set him up.
Hey, don't move like that.
Brooklyn don't move like that, though, baby.
Whenever I get in trouble, it's the one I call. It's my strategist right here. It's my brother.
Listen, let me know what you think about Jane Doe's interview with NBC. Her father saying that he can't remember ever making that 5-hour drive. Tisa Tell saying SA victims often make mistakes when it comes to dates. But if you change everything to the 2003 VMAs, everything fits. The original Queen Ahmadiyya Shakur saying Tisa Tells, you're full of ish because I got the real receipts. Dennis Byron saying he was at the after party that night and his photo proves that Diddy has an alibi. Therefore, Jay-Z is innocent. And Uncle Murder saying that this whole thing is a play set up by Diddy to create so much chaos that it'll taint the civil cases and the federal case, confusing jurors so much that his black behind ends up walking out of jail. Listen, let me know what you think about all of that in the comments, and while you're down there leaving a comment, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends. Hey yo, thanks for tuning into The Source, your source for celebrity news. Peace.
All right, people. So there you have it. That was The Sauce. She said share the video, and I did. And you know, peoples, what do you guys think? I mean, there's so much conjecture and so many people stating that we got the proof, we got the truth, we got pictures, and we got this and that and the other, and so on and so forth. I mean, you know, one has to keep their head on the swivel, and one has to try to figure out what's what. Now, if you ask me, peoples, I sat back and I've listened to what these people had to say and so on and so forth. And shout out to them for doing whatever research that they did and stuff, but I'm still not convinced. I said I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced because back in 2000, a young lady who was supposed to have been 13 years old, being able to travel 5 hours away from home and not be questioned is beyond me, people. That's beyond me. And see, the amazing part about it is she can't remember a lot, but she's saying a lot in the little that she's saying. See, you missed what I said. I said she is saying a lot with saying so little. And you guys are running with everything that she's saying, which doesn't make no sense to me. Now, see, I don't know New York like that and stuff. So, you know, I've never been to New York. I don't know New York like that, like some of you people and things. So I can't speak to New York, you know, in the manner to which these people are speaking and stuff. So I don't know nothing about the boroughs and, you know, all of this, that, and the other. I don't know how to navigate around New York, but I do have common sense, peoples. And my common sense tells me that this case ain't going nowhere. And it doesn't matter how much or how you try to put a spin up on it, it ain't going nowhere. Now, is it really hurting Jay-Z in the manner to which many people think and stuff? Well, you know, the thing is, peoples, we all are on the outside looking in. We're all on the outside looking in. And so people back at that time who really had been at those parties and stuff, they know what happened. They know the exact date and time of when things happen and stuff. I mean, there's so many ways that you can do receipts. I mean, do research and stuff to find out what venues had happened at what time and stuff, you know, because I mean, there had to be food, there had to be liquor, there had to be transportation, people renting cars and so on and so forth. I mean, so many ways that you can verify when an event happened, more so than trying to sit and look at and listen to this madness that these people are speaking, especially this young lady and stuff. So, you know, that's what real research comes in, peoples. You don't take the word of YouTubers and Facebookers and things like that. You go and you do your research, and you go and you literally look up the days and times of when all of these events were supposed to happen. And people's, guess what? It is public record. I said it's public record. So you can be able to vet all of that easy. You know, very, very easy. So you don't have to go back and try to conjure up photos or, you know, videos and things like that. That's scratching the surface and stuff. You know, you can go back and you can look back in time as to seeing all of the things that have went on, because every event has receipts. I said every event has receipts. And so if you know how to look up the receipts, well, then you know how to really navigate the waters and stuff and do some real good hardcore research and stuff, instead of listening to these people with all of this blaring music and stuff and proclaiming that, you know, they got this, that, and the other. See, that's where real research comes in, people's and stuff. So this is why I am not convinced at all by the statement that this so-called 14-year-old, 13-year-old girl had stated. And then you guys want to call it law? Really? I mean, from my point of view, people, many of you really want Jay-Z to go down big time. You want him to go down big time. And so you would believe and you would say anything to make sure that that happens. And that's what it is, you know? That's what it is. So let's call it spade a spade. You guys really don't care. You guys don't like Jay-Z that much, and stuff that you would rather say anything, believe anything, or do anything. And for what reason? I mean, to be honest with you, what did Jay-Z do to many of you? For you to feel that way, for you to want to vilify this man in such a way and bring him down in such a way that you were doing and stuff with no receipts whatsoever. Now, you say Jay-Z is guilty just by nature. Well, what is he guilty of? Well, what is it really that you have to substantiate any type of claim up against him whatsoever? You know, just because you said it doesn't really make it law. It doesn't make it law, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So just because you feel some type of way, just because you don't like his lifestyle or you don't like him based upon what other people said, who cares? That is your personal opinion about him. Jay-Z really don't give two rat's asses what you think or what you feel about him, because the man is literally living his life, peoples. I said the man is literally living his life. And he don't give two rat's asses what you think or what you feel. Is that all right, peoples? Jay-Z is living his best life, and Jay-Z don't give two rat's asses about what these people think. And so that is what it is, peoples. I said that is what it is, peoples. So when you want to come up against Jay-Z and you want to come up against Diddy and stuff, and you want to start speaking all of this madness, well, my suggestion is this. Come with some real hardcore receipts or facts that each and every one of us can be able to sit down and be able to look at and be able to say with certainty, okay, yeah, this happened, that happened, and, you know, he was there or she was there, or, you know, whatever the case may be. But be careful when you go and you start leveling accusations such as that nature up against this man. You know, be careful, peoples, because the various things that you level up against people, it can come back upon you. Do you understand what I'm saying? It definitely can. Yes, indeed. Yes, it can. It can come back upon you, and you may not like it. Somebody may level up an accusation up against you, and then next thing you know, you're looking stupid. Why are they saying it's about me? Well, I didn't do X, Y. Well, I mean, hey, You sitting around here leveling all of this stuff up against everybody else. So what makes you so different? What makes you so special? Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And this is people's problems. They all the time got their mouths open up on everybody. They know everybody else's business except their own. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You have your mouth open up on everybody except your own. And so you know everybody else's business. So you know what I say about that? That tells me that you ain't nothing but a cackling hen. And that your whole goal and objective is to look at people's lives and talk about them. But then when they go and start to endeavor and start to look into your life and stuff, now you feel some type of way. Well, why are they saying it's about me? Well, look what you're saying about other people. Look how you're trying to bring other people down. And then you wonder why people say the things that they say about you. Well, that's why I say, people, be very, very careful when you want to try to vilify people. Because the same thing that you do to others, it can very well happen to you. Is that all right, peoples? Hello, Little Bo Peep. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Little Bo Peep had said, there's key words, and to just take the time to do that research instead of using opinions. Well, and see, my thing is, what is research? What consists of research? I mean, just Googling certain things and stuff about certain people and whatnot. Is that research? Is that's what giving any validity to anything that the people were saying? I mean, people cracks me up when they say, well, I've done a lot of research. So who has all the time in the day to sit on a computer and looking up people's lives and stuff? I know Joseph doesn't, you know, just for what, clout status and stuff. Really, peoples? Really? It just truly amazes me, peoples, that many of you take all of this time to do those things and stuff, which, to be honest with you, I really don't understand. But okay, I mean, that's what you say, that's what you do, you know, more power to you. Little Bo Peep said, there's timeline and connections when things happen. As for the victims, I went through the same thing. Marking of the body that you shouldn't know. It's what lets everyone know it's real. Well, and that's what I'm saying. So if you have been SA'd or something, and this is just like I said on the other live the other day, you should be able to remember or recount certain features or factors and stuff on the person's person. You know, you should be able to account for something. But it's like your account is all salacious. Your account is all salacious. Your account ain't giving us no facts, no hardcore facts that we can sit back and we can be able to really vet or anything. It's just general statements and stuff. And so when we try to go back and do any research based upon what she said, you can't. The person who was supposed to have taken her to the place, that person mysteriously had died and whatnot. So how is anybody going to vet that person to corroborate her story to say, okay, well, you know, this is what I did in things? You can't. You absolutely can't. And so, people, you got to use common sense when you're looking at this stuff and not just looking at it one-sided and stuff, and then just sitting here and totally just going off the rocker and spreading all of this madness just because somebody said it. So anybody can come and make any type of allegation towards you. How would you feel? You know, how would you feel? That's straight crazy, peoples. They don't even show the people's face, but yet they can have anybody come and say all of this stuff about the people. And how are you going to fight the case when you don't even know who you're fighting? You know, the face is blanked out. All you hear is the voice. You don't even know the name or anything like that and stuff. So how are you going to fight a case and the person is a mystery to you? How are you going to formulate anything? And so what? People are guilty just because people feel some type of way? Really, peoples? Really? It amazes me, peoples. I said it amazes me, peoples, the things that you guys be saying and the things that you guys be believing. That truly amazes me, peoples. But we're going to get into this, peoples. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go in my history and I'm going to share a few more lives and stuff that I'm going to share a few more lives that the people had made and stuff. I want to go back and I want to share the live of what this guy had stated. So let me go ahead and let me go to my homepage. Let me go back to my history. And I want to share with you the live that the guy had did. So let me go ahead and look that up real quick, y'all. Hold on for a second. I think this is it. Just then, plan Diddy expose celebs. No, I think this is what I just played. Okay, let me go back a little bit. So I'm trying to do the live, and I'm trying to play this game as well. You guys play Coin Masters? That's a beautiful game, people, to play. I'm trying to play that game as well. Coin Masters. Okay. Okay, let me go back in time real quick. This is my history. Make sure that this is my history. Yeah, it's my history. So I'm going to go back. We're going to listen to the guy who's supposed to have been SA'd by Diddy. And let's get his take upon it, peoples. So, you know, I want to be fair. I want to try to... I want to be fair. I want to try to give everybody an opportunity to speak in things. So, you know, speak their piece and whatnot. So we don't look at this thing one-sided. Let's see here. Was this it? Let me go back. Let me see. Busby annihilates. Let's see. Okay. I think we saw that one, the sauce. Okay. I was just watching it, so it shouldn't be too far back. Jennifer Lopez is a... Okay, I think this is it right here. Nunes Jay-Z confirms what we feared. Okay. I think that one was it, but let me go down just a little further just to make sure. Because I want you guys to hear from the guy who proclaimed that Diddy SA'd him. And so my problem is, people's, is simply this. If Diddy did all of this, why do people just now coming out? I'm gonna start. So when I start saying these things, I'm going to start tagging it. So when I go back live, then I can play it back. But So I think it's the other one. So we're going to watch that other live. I think it's the other one. So let's go back up because I know it's not this far down. And I was just looking at that today. So what's this? Yeah, I think this was it. All right, so let's play this, peoples. Shout out to Peppa. Shout out to Peppa, peoples. So make sure that you guys can see this. Let me share my screen. Now it's a good, peoples. It's good to listen. It's good to listen so you can be able to formulate your own opinion. All right, let's go.
Z has just been sued for the rape of a 13-year-old minor, along with Sean Diddy Combs, back in 2000, and a key eyewitness is being called to testify against him. New footage implicating Jay-Z and Diddy has been handed over to the FBI in light of this new case, and 50 Cent is worried about what Jay-Z might do to his own daughter.
And a new twist in a high-profile lawsuit accuses rapper Jay-Z of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000 alongside Sean Diddy Combs. The lawsuit, originally filed in October, was refiled today to include Jay-Z as a defendant. The anonymous accuser claims the assault occurred at an MTV Video Music Awards after party. Jay-Z has denied the allegations in a statement on Roc Nation's Instagram, calling the accusations heinous and urging a criminal complaint be filed instead of a civil one. He also criticized the attorney behind the lawsuit, Tony Busby, accusing him of exploiting the case for personal gain.
On the 9th of December, a civil lawsuit was filed by lawyer Tony Busby against rapper Sean Carter, alleging that Carter had been involved in the alleged rape of a 13-year-old Jane Doe. The victim, who claims that Diddy and Jay-Z raped her at an after-party following the MTV Video Music Awards in New York City, is prepared to come forward and testify against him. This lawsuit contains details that only someone who has been inside Jay-Z's house could know.
Busby say about Jay-Z, the artist, the businessman? Well, the complaint begins. Defendant Sean Combs, along with his longtime friend and collaborator, Sean Carter, drugged and raped a 13-year-old girl at an after-party following the 2000 Video Music Awards. Another celebrity stood by and watched as Combs and Carter took turns assaulting the minor. Many others were present at the after-party but did nothing to stop the assault. Combs had been allowed for years to conduct himself in this manner without any consequences. He believes he is above the law. He is not. His close friend Sean Carter has been with Combs during many such instances described herein. Both perpetrators must face justice. So that seems to suggest that Sean Carter, Jay-Z, was not only present or participated in this alleged, what is essentially a crime, but for other instances. And that's really interesting. That's why I bring up this idea of, could he be hit with more lawsuits if you take these allegations as true? Now, the complaint goes on to say, Combs and Carter were not simply occasional collaborators in the music industry. The two men developed a close friendship that has been well documented from the late 1990s to the present. Together, they attended countless music industry events, events for each other's business ventures, parties, and after parties. Indeed, the two are apparently so close that Combs stated in 2023 that Carter is the only person, other than Combs' mother, who is allowed to call him by his legal first name of Sean. In 2000, near the height of their fame, power, and influence, Combs and Carter attended the 2000 Video Music Awards in New York City. Afterwards, Combs hosted an after-party for many of the most famous celebrities in the music and entertainment industries, including Carter, which is where the events alleged in this complaint occurred. I should also say that Busby also used this complaint to address an alleged harassment campaign that he claims Jay-Z started after Busby reached out about his involvement in the suit. The complaint reads, Carter was identified in plaintiff's original complaint as Celebrity A. Prior to the filing of this amended complaint, Carter received a letter from plaintiff's counsel requesting a mediation to resolve this matter. Upon present information and belief, Jay-Z responded to said letter by not only filing an utterly frivolous lawsuit, the one that I mentioned before, but by also orchestrating a conspiracy of harassment, bullying, and intimidation against plaintiffs' lawyers, their families, employees, and former associates in an attempt to silence plaintiff from naming Jay-Z herein. This effort was meant to scare plaintiff and to discredit her counsel. That effort failed. Indeed, plaintiff chose to file this amendment as a result of the egregious conduct perpetuated by Carter.
Jay-Z has come out and denied the allegations in the strictest way possible. According to him, everything in the lawsuit is a lie, and he's going to sue everyone that comes after him. So far, Jay-Z has anonymously filed a lawsuit against the lawyer and the victim. He claims that people are just after his money, and he is completely innocent. Interestingly, since Diddy was involved with Jay-Z in the alleged rape, there's a good chance that Jay-Z was caught on tape.
People at risk, often mentioned online, was Jay-Z, real name Sean Carter, who came up in the New York rap scene alongside Sean Combs. And just a few days ago, Texas attorney Tony Busby made it official. He filed an amended complaint on behalf of a Jane Doe who says that she was raped by Combs and Carter when she was just 13 years old, that this happened at a VMA's after party back in 2000. Now, the original complaint mentioned Celebrity A and Celebrity B, a man and woman, as being present for and even Celebrity A participating in the alleged assault. Well, now Celebrity A has been identified as Jay-Z, who has adamantly denied anything like that ever happening. He is very, very clear on that. In fact, he has accused Tony Busby of extortion, saying that Busby's attempts to get celebrities to pay out huge sums of money in exchange for not being named in civil lawsuits with what he claims are false allegations amounts to blackmail. In fact, Jay-Z is believed to be the John Doe who just recently filed a lawsuit against Tony Busby anonymously, claiming extortion and intentional infliction of emotional distress.
The lawsuit alleges that several celebrities present at the party saw what Jay-Z and Diddy were doing, but they only stood around and laughed. This isn't something that's unique to this case. We've seen multiple times that the people connected to Diddy were aware of the abuse that was being carried out at his parties, but they stayed quiet. In cases like these, there is proof parents were the ones handing over the children to Diddy and Jay-Z in return for money.
Jay-Z is staying on the offensive, going after not only the attorney who filed the rape lawsuit against him and Diddy, that would be Tony Busby, the attorney, but also the accuser. And he has filed a new motion this morning, which we're going to get to in a moment, but basically he wants to level the playing field with the accuser. But first, we got to start with this response that Jay-Z had to the allegation. Catch you up real quick if you hadn't heard, but a woman who had filed a lawsuit against Diddy back in October, alleging that he had raped her at a VMA after party in the year 2000, and she was only 13 years old.
Right. Remember, this is when she allegedly was given a drink. She felt woozy, and there was Diddy, and there was a male celebrity who was unnamed at the time, and also a female celebrity.
Well, that
All right, peoples, as you can see, this is one picture that has been shown. Now, do you think that this young lady had attended this particular party, peoples? You know, has she attended this party? You see all of these people there in this particular picture. So many of you know who all of these people are. So is this the party that this young lady had attended? You know, is it peoples? I mean, hey, you guys have been the ones who's sitting around here talking all of this stuff and talking about, yeah, Diddy's guilty, Diddy's this, Diddy's that, and the other. But yet, the proof is coming up slowly but surely, peoples. Proof is coming out. But can you substantiate that the girl was at this party? Or what was this party? And did this party have anything to do with anything that had gone on with that girl? You know, where was the party at? And then who was at the party, peoples? I mean, it's just amazing to me, peoples. You know, you guys speak so much stuff, but you can't even back up your claim. And you send that you sending me pictures and things. I don't see anything in my email. And all I'm seeing is just these pictures that you're doctoring up with. Okay, so this picture right here. All right, so these, okay, this was that right there. All right, so I'm gonna share this. So this was the thing that the guy had. This was the thing that the guy had stated. So let me go to you guys hold on for a second. I'm gonna take a little detour here real quick and going to all right. I'm gonna share this particular live as well. I'm gonna share this in a moment. So let me see where this one is. Okay, it's right there. All right, I'm gonna bring this all the way down to the end. This is the live that I'm doing right now. Okay. All right, so I got the live of when the gentleman was supposed to saying that he had got raped by Diddy. Let's go ahead and finish this, and then I'm gonna play that live once this is finished. Okay, so now as you guys can see, all right, so I'm not sharing my screen. So I need to share that. All right, as you guys can see, peoples, there is Jay-Z, and he's in that type of colored he's in that type of colored suit. And then you have the Mona Lisa in the back. And then look at the decor of the wall that they're standing in. It almost matches Jay-Z's suit. Do you guys remember? And this is a stark contrast between the Kanika Jenkins case and this picture that Jay-Z and Beyonce is in. Remember when I have shown you in the Kanika Jenkins case, they had shown the picture of the Mona Lisa. Y'all remember that, right? And how the Mona Lisa had her eyes etched out because that guy, Joel Comm, had said that she had a rough weekend. And then if you go and you look at the room and you look at the color of the room, that color tile or the color decor matches Jay-Z's suit. You guys remember that, right? So remember when Joel Comm had X'd out the eyes and said that she had a rough weekend, talking about Kanika Jenkins. And then if you go and you look at the decor that they were in TY's live, and you look at Irene's live, you look at the decor, and the decor matches people's. The color. I didn't say the exact decor. Don't get me wrong, and don't put words in my mouth, and don't say that I'm saying that Jay-Z and Beyonce was at the Crowne Plaza. What I said was the color of the decor matches some of that decor that we're seeing at the Crowne Plaza. And Jay-Z's suit matches the color that you see in the picture behind him, peoples. Now, that is so significant. And I pointed this out several times before, peoples, because I said it was a satanic ritual. It was a ritual that was being played, peoples. And if you know anything about these rituals, then you'll understand. And if you know any things about the signs and symbols, then you'll understand, peoples. And that's exactly what I said, peoples. So don't put words in my mouth, understand what I'm saying, and then repeat exactly what I'm saying if you're ever going to try to cross-reference anything that I say. Is that all right, peoples? All right, let's go ahead and let's finish watching this and see what they had to say, peoples. Let's go.
Deal, she's the biggest deal, holding the record for the most Grammy wins ever. Despite her mega success, some fans still side-eye the whole marriage scene, making Jay-Z catch some heat. He's been on the receiving end of criticism, with folks tossing around labels like Predator. Then there's also the fact that Jay-Z was Beyoncé's first real relationship. She has opened up about how she didn't have the typical childhood or teenage years because she was super focused on her career. She said, "My teenage years were about the grind. My energy went into Destiny's Child and the dream of us getting a record deal and becoming musicians. If something wasn't helping me reach my goal, I decided to invest no time in it. I didn't feel like I had time to kiki or hang out. I sacrificed a lot of things and ran from any possible distraction."
Okay, people. So I want to bring this point out because this was a very valid point of what the young lady had said. Remember what she had said. She said that the parents had literally sacrificed their children. They gave their children up as pawns in things. And so what do you think that Beyonce mom had did with Beyonce? What do you think that what's that girl's name? The one that Jay-Z had written and signed, Rihanna. What do you think Rihanna's father had did? What do you think what they did? They sold them into slavery, peoples. They sold them. That's what the young lady said. And that's what happened to Rihanna, and that's what happened to Beyonce. They were sold, and then they became instant millionaires. Look what happened to Aaliyah. She was sold. She was sold, peoples. And look what happened to all of those little young people, Justin Bieber and Usher. They were sold. Do you not think that the parents knew exactly what was going on, peoples? They didn't care because as long as they were getting a check, it was all good peoples. I said it was all good peoples. As long as they were getting a check, it was all good in their neighborhood. And they didn't care if their kids' buns was busted. As long as they were getting a check, it was all good. Keep it in, keep it going in. And this was one of the reasons why many people didn't say anything. And see, they cut up the money when these kids got to age. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said that they cut off the money when these kids got up at age. Now these kids got up at age, and now ain't nobody saying nothing. Beyonce ain't saying nothing. Justin Bieber ain't saying nothing. And Usher ain't saying nothing. And then Rihanna ain't saying nothing. And then what other little young people that had came and tried to go into Hollywood and stuff. Now look at the backgrounds of Justin and Usher and Beyonce and Rihanna. These people never worship the devil. You ain't never seen anything of that matter of Destiny Child and Levi Lopez and all of them worshiping the devil or doing devil signs and stuff when they were testing out for these talent shows and things like that. It's not until they got with Jay-Z and Diddy and Hollywood and stuff is when they start to act all devilish and start doing devilish and demonic things, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? These was innocent little people who just wanted to go ahead and showcase their talent. Brandy, you guys remember Brandy, right? You know, all they wanted to do was showcase their talent. But when they got branded with these people, it's not only until then people is when all of this demonic madness start to happen. And their whole innocence and their countenance has changed. And these people has transformed into little demonettes. Demons and demonettes, people. And so I'm quite sure things happen to them, because just like it was stated, Rihanna had to do a interview with Jay-Z in the room at a hotel, and they were in there for 6 hours together alone with no supervision. Now, I'm not saying that Jay-Z did anything to her, but peoples. How many of you would allow your young daughter to be in a room with a grown man at a hotel for hours on end? Your young daughter. How many of you would allow that to happen? Be honest now. How many of you would allow that to happen? You know, now I'm not sitting here and I'm not claiming that Jay-Z did anything, but it just seems strange to me, peoples, that any parent would be happy with that. And especially Beyonce and her mom and dad would allow Beyonce to be all under Jay-Z like she was. That's why her sister Solange had really got angry and stuff, because see, she knows a lot. But the only reason why she ain't chiming out because she don't want her sister to be hurt. And that's why she had to act out up against Jay-Z. See, I don't know what happened, but she does. And she acted out. And at any given point in time, peoples, she can go ahead and bring down the empire if she wanted to, because she has the receipts. She has the inside knowledge and stuff. And so if she wanted to, peoples, all she has to do is just come forth and tell the feds whatever and things. So I'm sure that Beyonce and Jay-Z is treating her like a rose. You know, they're treating her like a rose, because see, she loves her sister so much that she's seen silent. Now, I'm not saying that she's seen anything, but she knows, definitely she knows. She's a part of the inner circle. That's her sister. So I'm sure that Beyonce had been confiding in her. Something happened for her to go and beat up on Jay-Z like she did. But Jay-Z never did do anything. I said he didn't do anything, peoples. And so if anybody's going to bring anybody down, well, then it'll be Beyonce's sister. It'll be Beyonce's sister, and she already don't like Jay-Z. She don't like her, but she loves her sister so much. So we'll see how all of this stuff is going to play out, peoples, because, you know, I can't help but to feel that she may chime out. She may chime out. With all of this stuff going on, she's probably going to get tired, and she's probably going to chime out and say something. People, it's only so much pressure that people can take before they start to explode. And since the spotlight is on Jay-Z, I'm sure that she is watching everything that everybody is saying about him. And all it takes is just that little spark just to ignite the fire and just take her overboard. We'll see how it goes, peoples. We'll see how long that the darkness is going to be darkened. But see, you know, I'm a true believer, peoples. I'm a true believer in what God said. Whatever's done in the dark is going to come to the light. And so if there's darkness, peoples, the light overshadows the darkness, and all of that madness that you have done is going to be shed, is going to be exposed. Just like Cat Williams has said, all of this devious, devilish, and demonic madness is going to be exposed in 2025. I can't wait until the superseding indictment, peoples, because see, that is still going to be in 2024. But the aftermath of everything that is being set forth in that superseding indictment is going to take place in 2025, is which what Cat Williams had said. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? December 31st is in 2034. January 1st is in 2025. And just one day later, all hell is going to break loose. And so, peoples, we're going to sit and we're going to see exactly what's going to happen. Is she going to tell on her brother-in-law, peoples? Or is she going to stay silent? Only she knows. But we just have to wait and see how it goes. All right, peoples, let's sit back. Let's watch this. Let's go.
Beyonce found herself not just 12 years younger than Jay-Z, but she was also navigating the whole relationship scene with a bit of inexperience, adding an extra layer of sketchiness. As time went on, the conversation shifted to whether or not Beyonce felt a tad restricted in the marriage, especially now that she's older and has way more experience than when she was 19.
Was she 19 when they met up, peoples? Was she 19 when they met up? I mean, he said, Jay-Z said that she was 16. Beyonce said that she was 19. So who do you believe? Who do you believe? What, Beyonce can't count? Just like the young lady can't reaccount? And that's a 3 years difference, peoples. 3 years difference. From 16 to 19 is 3 years. And from 2000 to 2023 is 3 years. So which is it, Jay-Z? Which is it, Beyonce? Jay-Z, when did you meet Beyonce? And when did you make her your fiance? Huh? Which is it, Jay-Z? Because you said she was 16 when you met her. But Beyonce said that she was 19. But you waited until she came of age before you started to court her. Was you touching the kitty just like Diddy? Which is it, Jay-Z? See, it's amazing to me, peoples, that they're doing an investigation upon this autistic child when they should be doing an investigation upon Beyonce. When did you touch her kitty, Jay-Z? When? And then when did you touch your son? Because that boy looks just like you. Peoples, I have no doubt that that is his son. And what I have learned the other day, that Jay-Z has more kids out there that Beyonce never birthed. I said Beyonce never birthed peoples. And so throughout all of Beyonce and Jay-Z marriage, Jay-Z has been making babies and she still stayed with him. Because he had did just what R. Kelly had stated. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. And so, see, Rooster, Jay-Z Rooster. Well, let's just say that all of these things is coming to roost. And so you can try to sit and play that you never did anything with any of these people, which I don't believe that you did anything to that girl, but I do believe that you did something to Beyonce. And I do believe that you had taken that kitty before she was at age, Jay-Z. Because you said that you had eyes upon her. That's what you said. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna find that video because I had watched it myself on one of these lives that these people had did. And Jay-Z got caught in a fault because he said it himself. Now, he never did say that he took her kitty, but he said that he waited until she was 18 before he started really going in on her. I don't believe that you waited 2 years to get Beyonce's kitty. I don't believe that. Now, I don't have no proof of that, but I don't believe that he waited 2 years. And for him to say that he was infatuated or just so up in arms with Beyonce, and he pretty much has a history of these young girls. Well, Beyonce was young, Rihanna was young, and then this alleged girl is young. And then the baby mama, the son, was young. Right? What is it that you believe, peoples? I mean, we don't have no proof because we haven't been in the bedroom. But we can trace things down with the son. And then we can trace things down with Beyonce. And then we can trace things down with Rihanna, because Rihanna even spoke out herself. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. Well, you don't see nothing wrong, but we do. Did you do it to Rihanna? Did you do it to Beyonce? And did you do it to your son's mother at an early age, Jay-Z? And then the other kids that you ain't even trying to acknowledge, Jay-Z? See, the truth is going to be revealed, Jay-Z. Now, with the girl who is alleging that you did something to her, I don't believe that, but with that, just opened up Pandora's box, because now I got questions about Beyonce, who you made your fiance, and then Jay-Z, the son that you are denying, and then Rihanna, you signed her in a hotel room at 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning. And the People's account, they stated that, and even Rihanna had said herself, she was in there for 5 hours auditioning. What was she doing in 5 hours in a room, Jay-Z? And as young as Rihanna was at that time. Woo! What was you doing, Jay-Z? Was you playing with her kitty? Her cookie? Jay-Z? Well, you can't deny that, Jay-Z, because you said it and she said it. And the receipts, the people have the receipts, Jay-Z. The hotel has the receipts. You guys caught on film coming into the establishment. And by your own admission, Jay-Z and Rihanna, let's just say you can't deny that. So what we just want you to do, Jay-Z, is just come clean. Did you touch her kitty? Did you, Jay-Z? Did you touch Rihanna's kitty? Inquiring minds wants to know. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
Well, as it turns out, the rumors weren't just rumors because some insiders spilled the tea, claiming that Beyonce wasn't just feeling trapped. She was genuinely stuck. According to the grapevine, Jay-Z held the controls tight, controlling every single aspect.
No, man. I'm gonna need receipts, dog. I mean, it's dope entertaining, this drama, this tea, man. But where y'all getting this fucking information from, man?
Where Jaguar, man? At least have her say something instead of some goddamn AI reading a script.
Of her life and leaving her with minimal space to live on her terms. Recently, more and more people started speaking out, shedding light on Jay-Z's obsessive control, and one interesting perspective came from a dude who claimed to be Beyonce's former bodyguard. Buckle up, because this guy had a lot to spill about the ins and outs of Beyonce's relationship with Jay-Z. He dove right in, confirming suspicions that their marriage was more of a business deal than a love story.
So remember, your relationship was a business relationship, financial, to get to the top, to become billionaires. There's no love there.
The bombshell revelation doesn't exactly send shockwaves through the fandom, given the long-standing whispers that Beyonce and Jay-Z's relationship has been a bit peculiar right from the beginning. For years, folks have been spreading the word that their marriage isn't exactly built on the foundation of true love. Fans have often talked about how they often struggle to convince the world of their deep affection for each other. This fueled speculation that their union wasn't a love story but a strategic move to claim the throne as Hollywood.
Have you ever seen them make out? I can't recall. I've never seen them motherfuckers goddamn like eat each other's faces. You know what I'm saying? I eat my girl face right in front of y'all, dog. You know what I'm saying? I love that motherfucker. You love a motherfucker. You eat a motherfucker's face. Have they ate each other's face? Or is Jay-Z over here eating something else?
Hollywood's #1 power couple. Let's be real, they nailed that, and it's hard to name a Hollywood duo more influential than these two. This led many to believe that their marriage was mainly for the cameras, a PR stunt, and that's why they stayed strong and stayed together even when Jay-Z's infidelity made headlines. But wait, there's more to this narrative. According to the bodyguard spilling the tea, there's a darker twist to this marriage tale. He dropped the bomb, claiming that Beyonce isn't just standing by Jay-Z because she wants to, but because he's got her on a tight leash, calling the shots and leaving her with no room to choose otherwise.
A billionaire, bitch. The fuck? Hardly nobody knows. But I'll say it, man. Yeah, Beyonce's on drugs. She's been on them for a long time. And you keep her that way.
Hold on to your hats because things are getting wild. The bodyguard, bless his chatty soul, dropped a bombshell, pointing fingers squarely at Jay-Z. He spilled the tea, claiming Jay-Z allegedly got Beyonce hooked on drugs in the first place. Now, before you go all say what, remember, Jay-Z hasn't been shy about his past life as a drug dealer. So, the idea that he might use drugs to pull some puppet strings on Beyonce, well, it doesn't sound too far-fetched considering his history. Now, let's set the record straight. I'm not out here saying Beyonce's strung out, so don't come at me. But come on, let's face it, Hollywood's got a bit of a thing with drugs. Many of our favorite celebs have dipped their toes in that scene at least once. You know those wild tales about A-listers throwing legendary parties? Well, honey, it's an open secret that drugs are like the party favors at these shindigs. And who could forget what Cassie spilled in her lawsuit? Don't even get me started on the insanity that goes down when artists hit the road for tours. It's a whole different universe of crazy. Now, y'all keep Cassie and her lawsuit in mind because we're going to circle back to this in a bit. Again, I'm not saying that Bey is a druggie. I'm just pointing out that it's not exactly uncommon in Hollywood. And with how private she is and how strictly she controls what the media knows about her, it wouldn't be so impossible for her to hide a hypothetical drug problem. Once again, the bodyguard spilled the beans, basically confirming what many had suspected about Beyonce. Now, here's where it takes a wild turn because he's not the only one dishing on Jay-Z because Jaguar Wright jumped into the mix with pretty much the same story. Jaguar, the queen of stirring the pot, has a knack for dropping the juiciest celebrity tea. Sure, there are skeptics claiming that Jaguar is just cooking up stories for attention, but here's the twist. She's never been hit with a lawsuit for slander or defamation by any celeb. You'd expect a legal showdown if she was just making things up, right? But nope. Crickets on that front. So either she's got some serious protection or she's laying down the truth. And let's not ignore the fact that most of her predictions have come true. Girl's been trying to warn us about Diddy for ages, and folks didn't believe her. Look how that turned out. People are starting to connect the dots and give her revelations a second look. The tea she's been serving might be hotter and more real than we initially thought. In an interview, she exposed Will and Jada Smith, as well as Gabrielle Union and Diane Wade. But then she shifted her focus to Jay-Z and Beyonce, and she claimed that Jay-Z is a monster who is so obsessed with keeping Beyonce in his control that he keeps her drugged up.
He's a monster. And I've known he's a monster for years. I waited a long time to see if he would grow a conscience. And the more drugs he pumps down his wife's throat to keep her in a catatonic
No, girl.
She then compared Beyonce's situation to that of Britney Spears, asking fans to start a Free Beyonce campaign because she is a prisoner in her marriage and she is trapped.
Right now, y'all talking about free Britney. Y'all need to be doing a campaign that say free Beyonce.
Words like that.
She is a prisoner in a gilded cage.
Oh, no.
She better than me. I passed. I made a good choice.
If Beyonce is in prison, she's in one of the most expensive prisons ever.
Yes, she is. And she's watched 24 hours a day. She's not allowed to make a choice for herself, not at all, not in any way. People think she has an amazing life. She is told what to say, she is told what to eat, she is told what to drink, she is told what to wear.
By whom?
She is not her husband's wife, she is his employee. It's a business arrangement. She was a dowry.
That's just crazy. But what's even crazier is the fact that Jay-Z
It's
himself.
like it's Jaguar saying it, man. So you got to give it some credibility, bro. But that's a lot. That's a lot to digest, man. But you know, the same shit was happening to Britney. But they made Britney seem like she was crazy. Beyonce has never had no episodes. You know what I'm saying? Like Britney's out of her goddamn mind. Like Beyonce's a whole billionaire and shit. That means that Jay-Z has all the rights to her shit, man. But she's too successful, man. She's too productive. She be getting shit done. You know what I'm saying? Like, and she pushing 40 now too. Like it's a lot to digest, man. It's a lot to digest. But you know, when there's smoke, there's fire, dog. So you should never fucking know.
Has admitted to treating Beyonce badly on purpose. And we're not even talking about the fact that he cheated on her. In his song 444, he said, I said, don't embarrass me instead of be mine. That was my proposal for us to go steady. I seen the innocence leave your eyes. I still mourn its death. And I apologize to all the women whom I toyed with your emotions because I was emotionless. Also, people noticed something weird at the Grammys earlier this year when Jay-Z offered her a drink and she refused to take it.
Welcome back to the Grammys, everybody. You know, when you equal a record, there's no way you don't get to hold your Grammy.
What's wrong with that?
He was furious, no doubt struggling to keep his anger in check, especially with the public eye on them. Fans are now spinning their wheels, speculating that he might have slipped something into the...
What? Shut up. See, this shit like that. Shit like that. Like, how y'all fucking know he was angry, bro?
He was furious, no doubt... struggling to keep his anger in check, especially with the public eye on them. Fans are now spinning their wheels, speculating that he might have slipped something into the drink, explaining why she gave it a hard pass. No one wants to be drugged out of their mind on a big night. Well, it seems like Solange is stepping up her game to free her sister from Jay-Z's clutches. Insiders spill the tea, claiming she's throwing down some serious threats to expose him if he doesn't ease off on her sis. Now, if there's one person unafraid to stand up to Jay-Z, it's Solange. I mean, who could forget that elevator showdown?
But I'm saying, like, if it's your sister, you know she's in a gilded cage, and you being quiet about it. You being a fucked up sister. The hell? I mean, it's probably a lot more nuanced than that too, man. But if you know your sister is unhappy, she's being victimized to this extent, she's a whole drug addict, and you sitting by just watching it happen, like because you eating off of it, maybe no, fuck that. If you letting that shit happen to your sister, you're a fucked up person, man.
He didn't hold back from trying to rough him up, and we all got a front row seat to the drama. Solange ain't playing around, and if Jay-Z doesn't watch his step, she might just spill all the beans. But Jay-Z is not the only one that Solange tried to fight, because she also tried to throw hands with one of Jay-Z's supposed side pieces at a party just because she dared to talk to him. One of the names in the mix is Olivia McFowler, and she's got a reputation as one of the very few, maybe the only one, to openly admit that Jay-Z tried to shoot his shot while he was either dating or married to Beyonce. Olivia swears up and down that nothing happened between them, but you know folks are side-eyeing her, thinking she's just dodging the Bayhive's wrath.
Back in town.
For the most part, Jay hit me on some, I will reach you when I'm in town.
He wanted you to be his girl Friday.
You don't want me to be this girl when you.
So Olivia spills the beans, saying she shut Jay-Z down when he sent his bodyguard to get her number. Fast forward a couple of weeks and they crossed paths again at Nobu in Miami. Picture this, Olivia was chilling with her squad, Jay-Z was doing his thing with his people, and guess who's there too? None other than Solange. Olivia claims that she and Jay-Z were having a conversation in a private part of the restaurant to exchange numbers, but Solange caught them in the act. Olivia said. Solange came walking up out of nowhere. I thought I was about to get my butt beat, so I backed off quickly. Bae doesn't even have to say anything. Solange is a beast. I can't believe I dodged a whopping from Solange that day. She was a big reason for why I left him alone. She gave me a look of death. Very scary. So yeah, she has had Bae's back, and according to sources, she has had enough of Jay-Z allegedly controlling and manipulating Beyonce, and she is threatening to expose him if he doesn't ease off. According to an insider, Jay-Z allegedly drugging Beyonce goes beyond what we know, and because allegedly, Jay-Z didn't do the drugging alone because he had some help from one of his friends. Y'all want to take a guess as to who this mystery friend is? Well, according to Solange, it's allegedly Diddy. See, in Cassie's lawsuit against Diddy, she talked about how he used to keep her drugged out just to keep her under his control. She claimed that he used to trick her into taking drugs or simply just force her to use drugs against her will. And according to Solange, Diddy allegedly helped Jay-Z do the same thing to Beyonce as well. And she is claiming that he also allegedly introduced Jay-Z to the idea in the first place. Y'all, this is insane. But like they say, birds of a feather flock together. So it really shouldn't be all that surprising that something like this has been going on. But hold up, because Solange has some more tea to spill about Diddy and Jay-Z. And girl, whatever Jay-Z is doing to Beyonce, Solange is pretty upset about it because she is determined to spill every last drop of the tea on her brother-in-law because she is now coming out to claim that Jay-Z not only allegedly took part in Diddy's infamous freak-offs, but he also allegedly led a few freak-offs as well. For a minute, there's been industry chatter hinting that Jay-Z might not be the saint the media portrays him to be. Behind that polished image, there's a whole bunch of stuff going down that would leave us seriously shook. Remember when Cassie's lawsuit took center stage and everyone couldn't stop buzzing about it? Well, Jaguar Wright entered the chat, spilling the tea that Jay-Z might be a whole lot worse than Diddy, but he's managed to keep a lid on his dark side because he's not just smart, he's way more careful than Diddy.
Sean Carter is worse.
Uh-oh. Oh, man.
He's smarter. He's patient. He's not sloppy. Just been lining up people he calls friends and stepping to the side while they get hit by the guillotine for 30 years.
All right, buckle up for this wild ride because Solange spilled the beans, claiming Jay-Z is allegedly engaged in some under-the-radar escapades with none other than Diddy. For ages, fans have been side-eyeing the friendship between these two heavyweights, wondering what's really going down because, let's be real, there's an air of shady business surrounding their bromance. These two go way back, like 25 years back, to the rap scene dominance of the 90s and early 2000s. They've weathered some crazy storms that could have ended their careers if luck hadn't been on their side. Take 1999, for instance. Diddy, his crew, and his then-girlfriend Jennifer Lopez in a club when things went haywire. An altercation between Diddy and another dude turned chaotic, shots were fired, and 3 people ended up injured. Diddy and J-Lo made a quick exit, but the law caught up with them a few blocks away. While J-Lo got a clean slate in a matter of hours, Diddy faced charges of criminal possession of an unregistered gun and attempted bribery. Now, here's another plot twist. Jay-Z found himself in hot water for a different reason. He got arrested for stabbing a producer who was illegally peddling bootleg copies of his unreleased album, Volume 3, Life and Times of S. Carter. Jay-Z and the bootlegging producer ran into each other at a club, and Jay-Z whipped out an 8-inch knife, settling the score. Both Jay-Z and Diddy managed to wiggle out of their legal tangles, and instead of drifting apart, their friendship got even tighter. They were so tight that Diddy revealed that only his mom and Jay-Z had the VIP pass to call him by his real name, Sean.
There's only one person. Go on. And I call him Sean. That's Jay-Z. We call each other Sean. Okay. Yeah. Nobody else could call me Sean. He's the only person who's Sean approved. There's not a single person that outside should of family that should be outside of my mother. Okay, that should be calling me. Yeah, they should be calling me Sean.
According to Solange, somewhere down the friendship road, Diddy and Jay-Z allegedly found themselves tangled up in some risque shenanigans, if you catch my drift. Now, remember how Jaguar Wright spilled that Jay-Z is pretty careful compared to Diddy? Well, she hit the nail on
Solange's name out, saying she said this. She said that they didn't provide no receipts, man. So that's why I gotta take. That's why this I low-key feel like I wasted my time with this fucking video, but you know, I'm gonna keep rocking. I'm gonna keep rocking.
Ahead because Jay-Z has played it cool keeping his private business, well, private. On the flip side, Diddy's business has been everywhere. And it's not just about Cassie's lawsuit, because we've been hearing stories about him and his DL allegations even before things got all messy for him. Girl, Diddy should have taken a page from Jay-Z's playbook, or at least asked for a few tips and tricks. Because let me tell you, everyone who's ever crossed paths with Diddy seems to have a knack for running their mouths and spilling all the tea on him and their secret escapades. It's like the town crier got a job upgrade, and Diddy's private life has become public gossip central. For example, Gene spilled the tea on Diddy's escapades with men.
Gene, watch the door, don't let nobody come through here. And I said I watched the door. If I watched the door and him and a man ran out naked, and I said that, ain't nobody told me that. I saw that myself.
Rapper Exhibit also revealed that Diddy once took him to a gay bar without telling him where they were going, and he was so shook that he snuck out of the bar and ran home.
Business, we go down and get a drink. You know, we sitting there vibing to the music, and then she point over the corner. It's two dudes kissing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, the is. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, then it's girls in the club too. And then she pointed another direction. It's another dude over there, like, butt ass naked. Yeah.
The game also threw shade at Diddy when he hinted that Diddy uses women to hide his real sexuality. He hinted that Diddy was a DL rapper who tries to hide his sexuality by being a womanizer or having multiple kids with different baby mamas.
So you think that you've worked with a gay rapper?
Yeah, man. And gay, not being just full out gay, but hiding it, trying to pretend like he, you know, loves girls and lives the rap lifestyle, but really, he's a man fan.
Don't even get me started on 50 Cent and his obsession with exposing Diddy for years. Like the time he shaded Diddy on IG and said, "Sorry, I can no longer help you guys. Soon you will all be gay and happy. You are all now left under the leadership of Putty Daddy. Report to the nearest rainbow." There's also the time he went on The Breakfast Club and called Diddy fruity.
When he do it, he says things, he doesn't even know what he's saying is like fruity.
50 Cent also claimed that Diddy once tried to take him shopping and that he found it to be really weird.
So, yo, when we gonna get the chance to, you know, to kick it, like we can just hang out. We gotta kick it.
This is possible. Okay.
He telling me we gotta kick it. And he's like, yo, why don't we like go shopping or something? I mean, like, I pay for it. And I was like, this just sounds
Chile, if there's one person who keeps his foot right on Diddy's neck, it's 50 Cent. And he has never shied away from speaking on Diddy and his activities. 50 even talked about how Diddy made videos of Cassie during the freak-offs and then shipped the videos around to other people in the industry, even 50 Cent.
On telephone and shit, after the make shit.
Right.
And the nigga be like, matter of fact, they sent me the girl pictures, like pictures of the girl, like, not the shit that y'all saw. Worse, way worse.
Wow. Oh, you kidding me up?
Like penetration pictures and
Nah, come on, man.
Solange's story kinda adds up with what Cassie spilled in her lawsuit, where she laid it all out, claiming that Diddy would record their intimate sessions and make her watch them. Now, according to Solange's latest revelation, Diddy allegedly recorded those rendezvous with Jay-Z too, and she's allegedly claiming that she's seen the footage. Now, let me tell you, Solange might be dishing out all the tea on Jay-Z's alleged escapades with Diddy, but she's not the first one to sing this song. 2 years ago, Jaguar Wright had a jaw-dropping interview where she straight up claimed that Diddy and Jay-Z had more than a friendship. They had a little something going on, if you catch my drift. It's like the puzzle pieces are slowly falling into place, and the whispers that have been circling for years are getting a little louder. The drama is real, and the connections are, well, a little too close for comfort.
With Biggie and building a working, you know, camaraderie with Honeycombs and aka Diddy. And
why do you give him the honeycombs? Why do you give him honeycombs?
Because he smacks so sweet. That fucking sodomite. Any
All right, people. So let's just be frank here. Let's just be real, honest, and frank. All of these people are coming out with the same sort of message. You know, all of these people. Everybody. So in my eyes, they have to validate something. Yeah. In my eyes. You know, Diddy has to be guilty of, you know, some things that these people are saying, because too many people is coming out saying the same stuff over and over again. And then when you got Diddy on national TV, on national radio, saying, I like it where you scrap and scrape, daddy. Or I like it. You putting in all that work, daddy. I like it when you scrap and scrape. Well, I don't know if he purposely put that out there or inadvertently put it out there. But the bottom line is he put it out there. I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. That's what Diddy said. So, if he's liking it when the guy is scrapping and scraping, well, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out. That he's gay and that he likes men. You know, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. He's gay. So why does he sit here and try to make the people believe that he's not gay when he's gay? Jane Dill said that he saw him buy butt plugs. The guy whose video I'm going to play next said that he took his anal hole. So maybe Diddy may not be guilty of everything that these people are alleging. But in my mind, I'm satisfied to the degree that Diddy is gay. He's gay, peoples. Too many different accounts of exhibits saying that he took him to a gay bar. He's on live saying, I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. I like it when you, yeah, I like that, daddy. You putting in all the work, daddy. I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. Don't no man ever say that to another man. Then you got LeBron James sitting over here in a dress at his party. LeBron James sitting over there in a dress. Really, people? LeBron James is gay. I mean, you're sitting over here in a dress at Diddler's party. Really? I mean, would you walk around in a dress, peoples? And it wasn't even Halloween. All right. Let's listen to this, peoples.
anyway.
Fucking sodomite.
Then there's the time that 50 Cent shared a video of him on stage with Diddy and Jay-Z, capturing the moment Diddy playfully slapped Jay-Z's butt. Chili, this is just insane. And allegedly, Solange has all the tea on Diddy and Jay-Z's alleged freak-offs, and she is willing to spill the tea if Jay-Z doesn't let off on Beyonce. Y'all know how Cassie said that Diddy recorded the freak-offs.
All right, man. Oh, I'm already here. Just finish
Sessions because he loved to go back and watch them all over again. Well, allegedly Diddy did the same thing during his alleged freak-offs with Jay-Z because they allegedly recorded themselves. It shouldn't be so surprising, especially because Jamie Foxx has also spilled the tea.
Guys' world. You know, you couldn't even get in this part. So the way I would get in this part is I show up with a camera.
Puff, yo, you gotta let me film this. The whole thing. We need to document this, Playboy.
Chile, it's like Diddy is just begging to be exposed, because why on earth would he record those events? Especially knowing that people around him love to spill the tea on him? Yeah.
All right, man. That was entertaining more than anything, bro. I'm trying to, let me see. Solange threatens Jay-Z free. I'm trying to see if I can vet that shit, bro, because all she said was Solange said this, Solange said that. But like, where the fuck y'all get that information from? Sound like a bunch of bullshit to me. That was funny. That was funny. I wouldn't be surprised if all this shit is true, bro, but it ain't enough there for me to go off of to give this shit any credibility outside of being Jaguar right, because the motherfucker was right. Ain't nobody called Jaguar right out on capping. You know what I mean? She said some pretty outlandish things that the people that she's made these claims to hadn't fired back at her ass, man. So that's all I got on that. But outside everything else, bro, it's just shit talking.
Let's take a look at this, peoples. This guy said that Diddy had took his buns. Diddy had took his buns. Well, so if Diddy took your buns, why are you just now saying something? You know, why didn't you say anything at the time to when he was supposed to have taken your buns? See, this is why I can't get with a lot of the things that these people say. I try my best, people. So I try my best to have sympathy and empathy for these people, but it's really hard when everybody's coming out now, but nobody said nothing at the particular time to when it was supposed to had happened. You know? So let's take a look at this, peoples. Because this man said that Diddy busted his buns.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop. It was incredibly painful. And he was acting like it was nothing. And he seemed to be disconnected from it. But it was abusive beyond belief.
An accuser speaking out about the alleged abuse he endured from Sean Diddy Combs for the first time.
The anonymous John Doe sitting down with CNN in his home to share his experience, which he says happened at one of the music producer's infamous white parties in 2007.
According to your lawsuit, you were hired by a security firm to work security at one of the infamous white parties that was thrown by Sean Combs in the Hamptons. What was that experience like?
At first, he was incredibly friendly, very gracious.
It was something just to get everybody like on the same level. And it was a way for me to get like, you know, my friends from Harlem to meet like some of the socialites from, you know, the Hamptons, and just realize that it doesn't matter what economic bracket we're from or status we're from. We're all, you know, we're all people.
John Doe first filed his complaint against Diddy on October 14th. In the lawsuit, he alleges he was drugged and sodomized by the media mogul at the party. Diddy maintains his innocence.
Once I was in a helpless position and he was sure that he was in a position of power, then he took advantage of the situation.
You allege that you were forcibly pushed into an SUV by Sean Combs.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop. It was incredibly painful, and he was acting like it was nothing. And he seemed to be disconnected from it. But it was abusive beyond belief.
Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires.
Diddy's been in jail since September 16th. After being arrested for multiple allegations of abuse, he was charged with racketeering and sex trafficking claims, but maintains his innocence, pleading not guilty and denying all allegations of wrongdoing.
He believes he's innocent. I believe he's innocent. And we're going to fight this case with all of our might until we don't have to fight any longer.
Diddy's been ordered to remain in prison until his federal trial, set for May 5th.
All right, peoples. P. Diddy is set to remain in prison until his trial. P. Diddy. So now, peoples, we're going to go into the court files. I'm going to take a look at the court files and see what the court files had to say, peoples. I was hoping my counterpart would be on tonight, but she's not on. Probably sleep or something. May come in at the time to when I start playing these court files and things, but we're going to get into the court files, people. So let me go ahead and call up the court files here. Where's the court files? So I'm going to open up that right there. Let me go to the documents. Let me go to recent. There's the court files. Nope, that's not the court files. All right, so let me go to the computer, go to downloads, and let me go to the court files right here. There we go right there. All right, so I'm going to share my screen a different way because that way you can be able to see the court files a lot better than me. Or maybe I can do it like this. Okay. Let's try it that way. All right, I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to share it this way. So let me share my screen. I think I can be able to. I'm going to share my screen and let me see, share the window and let me share that one right there. All right, so you guys tell me, can you hear me? Good. It's coming out very clear. So let me see. Let me chime on into the live. See if I can hear myself real quick here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. You guys can hear me. Okay. You guys can see the case file, court filing. Players Daylight, which is good. All right, so that's good. Beautiful. That's what I was worried about. So I think 300 would be ideal because everything is in there. So this is United States District Court, Southern District of New York. Jane Doe plaintiff versus Sean Combs. I'm not going to read all of the other stuff and things. I said it the other day. First Amendment complaint and demand for jury trial. And so these are all of the businesses that Sean Diddy Combs own that they are literally charging up against with the racketeering indictment. So this is all of the businesses that is associated with this racketeering charge. And this is the criminal charge. This is not the civil. Has nothing to do with Busby. This is the actual filing. Okay. Let's get into this. Boy, I wish I would have had this thing to where it automatically reads for you. Don't want to sit here and read it, but let me see. Okay, so I got English. So let me see if it read it for me. Where is, okay, if that's for the English, that's allowed. Let's see our languages. Language is English, notification updates, and general. So I don't see a text to speech thing here. I'm sure that they have one. Let me see here. Scan to recognize action event. Auto. Okay. No. So I guess it doesn't have a text to speech thing. I'm sure it has to, because if some blind people was, they try to view this. Signatures, forms, comments, attachments, links. No text to speech. Properties. That's initial view. All right, no text to speech. All right, so I just have to read it. Okay, so and I'm sitting up here trying to eat some yogurt too. Plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through her attorney's firm, for her complaint, alleges as follows. How do I close this? Okay, there we go. Plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through her attorney, the Busby Law Firm. The Busby Law Firm alleges as follows. Introduction. Defendant Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, and aka Love, along with his longtime friend and collaborator, Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, drugged and raped a 13. Oh, well done. This is Busby thing. Drugged and raped a 13-year-old girl at a after party following the 2000. See, they got 2000, not the 2023 or 2003 Video Music Awards. Another celebrity stood by and watched Combs and Carter take turns assaulting the minor. Many others was present at the after party, but did nothing to stop the assault. Combs has been allowed for years to conduct himself in a manner without any consequences. He believes he is above the law. He is not. His close friend Sean Carter has been with Combs during many such instances described herein. Both perpetrators must face justice. For decades, defendant Combs abused, molested, raped. Oh my God, why am I saying this on here? I shouldn't be using those type of words, but that's what it says right there. Assaulted and threatened, coerced women, minors, and others for sexual gratification, to assert dominance and to conceal his abhorrent conduct. He accomplished these acts by and through a criminal enterprise built on his success as a rapper, record producer, and record executive. Combs is one of the wealthiest music artists in the world. Behind the facade of being a 3-time Grammy Award winner, discovering and developing multiple famous music artists, and ranking on Forbes list as of the highest paid entertainers in the world. There existed something sinister, a dark underbelly of crime and sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, bribery, and prostitution. Combs is a menace to society, women, and children. While his wealth kept him above consequences for years, Combs now faces the awesome power of the American judicial system and ultimately a jury of his peers who will be asked to punish him for his deplorable conduct described herein. Okay, so far, peoples, so far, what they're basically saying is that Combs had did all this, and this is allegedly to the young 13-year-old girl. This is all alleged. And in it, it really doesn't give any details thus far as to, okay, what's what? Are you going to charge or what? Shit. My phone keeps turning on and off and not charging. All right. And I'm not even touching the thing or what? Okay. So I'm not. Y'all hold on for a moment. Let me make sure. For some strange reason, my phone keeps recirculating. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way and charge it that way. Okay, cool. So now it's not plugged into the phone, it's charging on one of those pads. Okay, so far, peoples, there hasn't been anything that was substantial that they had said. They only just come with just a mere allegation and salacious verbiage, and that's it. Nothing to describe the scene, nothing to describe the home, nothing to really describe what happened to the young lady. And it's just a salacious allegation. That's it. And this is the court filing. So it doesn't go into great detail, doesn't give you any insight as to nothing. Okay. So it says Combs businesses. Combs' business enterprise is central to the pervasive acts of sexual assault and abuse committed by him during the last decade. Combs operated his business headquartered at various times in Manhattan and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boys Entertainment, Bad Boys Holdings Incorporated, Bad Boy Records LLC, Bad Boys Entertainment LLC, Bad Boy Productions LLC, Daddy's Home Recording Studio Incorporated in CE, OPCO LLC, DBA Combs Global, FKA Combs Enterprise LLC, Combs Enterprises and Combs Global, collectively the Combs businesses. Corporate entities in the Combs business portfolio included record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits promoting business, a marketing agency, talent discovery, a TV network, and media company. So basically, in essence, people, Combs is a billionaire because he has all of these businesses that he is literally making money from. So when the people want to vilify him, well, you need to give the boy credit for all of the businesses that he has. You know, it's all of these businesses that he has. And so you can't take that away from him, people. So you can't take it away from him, peoples, because he has businesses that he has been running. And whether you like it or not, and whether the people like it or not, the bottom line is simply this. He has businesses that he has been running. And there you see the businesses right there. And so this is what makes him rich. Now, if there's been some underlining things and stuff, well, then, you know, okay, that's fine. They all do it. You know, he lies, he cheats, he steals, just like all of the other corporate people who hasn't gotten caught yet or has gotten caught and not really much of anything has happened to him. So you can't blame the man for running his businesses. But even with his businesses, peoples, it still is not giving us no insight as to what supposedly had transpired with this young lady. Now it says on the surface of each of these businesses served a legitimate purpose related to entertainment, music, and other subjects. Is what I was just saying. You can't fault the man for having businesses. Because there it is right there. He said, on the surface of these businesses served a legitimate purpose related to entertainment, music, and other subjects. But in reality, Combs, by and through himself and his agents. Okay, so it's meaning that it is not only Combs himself who has been running this enterprise, peoples. And so for the likes of me, I really don't know or understand why only Combs has been arrested when they stated in this petition right here that there was other people who helped him in running the business. You can't run the business by yourself. You got to have a plethora of people to help you run the business. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So basically what I'm saying is that when they want to say that Combs FA'd this young girl, and there was other people who were there that had watched the essay go on, but then guess what, peoples? If there was any videos or pictures or anything, those people would have been picked up by now. It ain't no way that the United States federal government would have only discharged Combs with SA, and they had video footage of a young 13-year-old being SA'd, or even being at the party in question, Combs wouldn't have been the only one in cuffs or in jail. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, which leads me to believe, peoples, it is all fluff as to what this man is saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's all fluff of what Busby is saying. It's salaciousness. It is a narrative. It's all smoke and mirrors. But there is no substance that is ever being spoken in this paperwork, because it ain't giving us no details, no in-depth details anyway, as to how and why this should have ever been brought in the first place, and how and why Combs, they feel, is guilty. Is that all right, peoples? So it says on the surface, each of these businesses served a legitimate purpose related to entertainment, music, and other subjects. But in reality, Combs, by and through himself and his agents, so meaning Combs and other people, employees and contractors, use these businesses to actually assault, abuse, threaten, and coerce hundreds of individuals through actual quid pro quo schemes. Quid pro quo. All right, people, so let's look up the definition of quid pro quo. Quid pro quo, actual harassment. What is quid pro quo, actual harassment? Okay. Let me go here, people. Let me enlarge that a little bit. Let me see. Okay, I think we can get everything. Okay, I'm gonna bring it down to 200. So I think 200 we can get everything. All right. So it simply says peoples. Oh, am I sharing it? Nope. Am I sharing it? No, I'm not sharing it. So let me share my screen. Let me go back and share this part of the screen. So let me stop sharing that and let me share my screen this way, right here. Quid pro quo harassment. All right, so I'm going to have to enlarge it, do it this way. Okay, and let's see. Let's do 200. All right, I think 200 is fine. Let's see if I can go any larger than that. 250. All right, 250. It says, how, okay, are you going to, okay, let's see. Is this going to give me any, I'm going to have to find some things that this will automatically start doing the text to speech type of stuff. So, but okay, quid pro quo harassment in the workplace. I don't want to be in the workplace, so let me go back. All right, so let me go back. What is quid pro quo actual harassment? All right. Recognize some. What is quid pro quo harassment? All right. There we go. What is quid pro quo harassment? So let me go ahead and let me enlarge this, peoples. We're going to do about 200. All right. The Latin phrase quid pro quo translates to something for something. Quid pro quo is also a form of actual harassment that occurs in the workplace. It happens when a manager or individual in a in a position of power offers or merely hints that they will give the employee job benefits in return for the employee's satisfaction with actual demand. It may include a raise, promotion, or another benefit. Okay. Workplace actual harassment remains a problem. In our nation's workplaces, harassment complaints are more pervasive in certain industries. Review Fine Law Actual Harassment section for more related articles and resources on different types of actual harassment. Managers and business owners should review actual harassment. What is it? And preventing actual harassment in our small business law section. This article focuses upon quid pro quo actual harassment in the workplace. All right, well, so we already have a somewhat of an understanding of what quid pro quo is, peoples. And I'm going to read this last paragraph right here. It says, examples of quid pro quo harassment cases. A classic example of quid pro quo actual harassments is when a supervisor, manager, or customer offers some kind of career or financial incentive in exchange for actual favors. Well, that's what the people were saying, right? That is what the people were saying. That's what the people were saying, right? They say that Diddy was signing these people on and promising these people lucrative deals of somewhat like of recording label or something like that in exchange for putting in work. Oh, I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. Oh, yes, I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. You're putting in that work, daddy. Isn't that what Diddy said to that guy? I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. I like it, and you putting in all of that work. So what work was he putting in? For him to be scrapping and scraping. What work was he putting in, peoples? Because Diddy said it. That's what Diddy said. So did Diddy do a quid pro quo up against that guy? Because that's what he said. He said, I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. You're putting in all of that work. So was that quid pro quo? But in a certain way, peoples? Because pretty much we have that example, peoples, because Diddy said it. He can't take that back. He said it. You're putting in all of that work, daddy. Meaning he wants to be his father. Meaning he wants to teach this man life. That's what Diddy said. He can't take that back. So if Diddy is liking this man scrapping and scraping, and he's saying that, daddy, you're putting in all of that work, daddy. Well, then that tells me, people, that Diddy is gay. And he wants to take 50 cents out to some shopping, and he said that he'll pay for it. 50 Cent says that he is a, you know, and he didn't want to have nothing to do with him. So when you compare what Diddy said to what 50 Cent said, it proves to me, peoples, without a shadow of a doubt, that the diddler is a fiddler, and that the diddler likes men's booty. And the reason why I say that, people, is because of what Gene Deal had said. Gene Deal had said that they were in a shop, and that Diddy went shopping, and Diddy got some butt plugs. And then Gene Deal's account was Diddy was in the room with a certain man, and that his cousin came in looking for him. And there was a lot of commotion in where Gene Deal was, and Diddy came out in a towel, and the guy came out with a towel and was asking him what's going on. And then the guy's response was, you don't want to go in there, but there's a lot of freaky stuff going on in there. Well, my question was, who was going on? What was going on? Well, we already know what was going on in there based upon what they said. But my question is, who was in there? Gene Deal, or Gil, or whatever his name is, never told you who was in there. All he said was, you don't want to go in there because there is a lot of freaky stuff that is going on in there. And you don't want to go in there. And so with what Gene Gill had said and what he said that he saw, and then Diddy own words was, yeah, daddy, I like it when you scrap and scrape daddy. That's what Diddy said. And then we have 50 Cent saying Diddy tried to take him shopping. So when you put A, B, and C together, peoples, the next word comes after C is D for Diddy. D. So when you put A, B, C, D, and then you leave it right there, which is Diddy. He used his winky, his twinkie, his dinky to go up men's rectums. Because you heard what the man said. I just shown you the video. He said that he was a security officer and that Diddy had spiked his drink in when he found out that he was in a position of power. He took his manhood and he bent him over and he went inside his rectum. And the man said that He was screaming and hollering, but nobody helped him. He was screaming and hollering, but no one helped him, peoples. No one helped him. But yet he was screaming and hollering. And so my question was, why didn't he say something at the time? Now, it was alleged that he had filed the complaint back in October, and here now it is December. And what came up of that, peoples? Did the man have any proof to his truth? Did he prove that Diddy did it? Well, I mean, we haven't heard anything yet. Nothing happened in that case yet, peoples. But and there was supposed to have been another man that posted had came on and said Diddy had went up his buns. I mean, people's, you know, I can't even imagine a man sticking his Twinkie in the buns. You know, I can't picture that, peoples. I just absolutely can't. I cannot bend over for someone to try to do that to me. So I can only imagine what this man went through when he said that Diddy bent him over and invaded his buns. He spreaded his cheeks and he went in for the kill. And then you got Trey Gay sitting up here thunder booty. For somebody that says thunder booty for so much and for so long, you got to ask yourself the question, does this man like anal? Does he like anus? Yeah, you're thunder booty. You're thunder booty. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? No, I don't see what you're saying. I don't see what you're saying, and I don't see what you're doing. I don't get it. You are so fascinated with booty. People, you got to be careful about people that talks about booty all the time. You know, you got to be careful. These people who is talking about booty all the time and thinking about booty and then calling out booty, you have to stay away from them and don't you dare bend over in their presence, peoples. So, what's this a quid pro quo on Diddy's part? When he said, you're putting in the work, daddy. I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. I like that, daddy. I like that. That's what Diddy said. That's what he told the men in the pool. So was the man in the pool cooling his buns? Because Daddy Diddy, Diddy Daddy, or Daddy Diddy, or however you want to put it, stated to him, I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. You're putting in all of that work. Well, people, that solidifies something. And what it solidifies to me is that Diddy is gay. Now, for him drugging people, I don't know, peoples. I cannot substantiate that. I hear the claims. But then what I'm saying is, peoples, if a man invaded your privacy and took something from you that you did not even give up yourself, then you should say something. I said you should say something. But all of these people are coming out now, but they never said nothing at that particular time. And why is that, peoples? I said, why is that people's? So let's go on with this, people. So let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's look at this case file here. Let's go on back in. Let me share my screen. So now we know what a quid pro quo is, peoples. Now we know what it is. So let's go back and let's go back to the case file right here. Okay. All right, so let's go back here. Let's take a look at this here, people. They clearly said, peoples, right here. It says that, but in reality, Combs by and through himself and his agents, employees, and contractors use these businesses to actually assault, abuse, threaten, and coerce hundreds of individuals through actual quid pro quo schemes. Just remember, I like it when you scrap and scrape daddy. You're putting in all that work. As well as to take advantage of individuals with impunity, thinking the victims would never have any recourse. Combs and his agents, employees, and contractors through these Combs businesses would tell victims, this is what it takes to be famous. What are you willing to do to become a star and perform this actual act, or else in exchange for the victim performing a non-consensual actual act for the gratification of Combs and his cohorts? So basically what they're saying, people, is that not only Combs is gay, but the people he hang around is gay. That's what they're saying, peoples. Combs is gay, and the people who he hung around is gay. Okay. It says members and associates of the Combs businesses engage in and are attempted to engage in, amongst other activities, trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for the purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. It says the Combs business constituted an ongoing organization whose members function as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of Combs. Combs' pervasive history of actual assault and violence. For years, Combs and his businesses engaged in a persistent and persuasive pattern of abuse towards women, men, and minors. And this is the first time that we ever heard of minors. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and actual. As part of his pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated both men and women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of actual activity with both commercial ex workers and unsuspecting partygoers. Combs ensured participation from these individuals by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them with or without their knowledge. Okay. So it says that he had passed around narcotics with their knowledge and without their knowledge. Okay, so the people knew that they were getting narcotics. At least this is what they said. So what was here. And then some people didn't know that they were getting narcotics. So my question is, how do you differentiate the two? For the people who did know, and then for the people who didn't know. And then let's go with this premise here, peoples. For the people who didn't know, and they believed that they were actually assaulted, well, then my question is simply this. Why didn't you say something at the time to when this was supposed to have happened? You could have easily went down to the doctor to get a ape kit, a grape kit, and had that on record. And if there has been any bodily fluids left inside you, well, then, hey, you got them dead to right. You got them dead to right. But you chose not to do that because you attended the first white party freak off. And then later on, you went to another freak off. And then again, you went to another freak off. But you continue to keep coming to the freak offs. You came there on your own accord. You got an invitation. You got let in and you stayed and you did what you did. So how is that corrosion, peoples? How is that kidnapping? How is that grape? How is that actual assault? When you came on your own accognize, peoples. And with some of you, you knew that you was getting narcotics and you knew what you was getting into. So what do you say to those peoples who knew what they were getting into? What do you say? They were getting into it, peoples, because they wanted to, just like Kim Porter. Kim Porter wanted to. Remember, if you read Kim Porter's memoirs, Kim Porter said, I was naive. And I saw these things happen to me and to other people. But yet I turned my head to that and participated in that. Why? Because Diddy had this type of allure and he mesmerized me and I loved it. I did it. And not only did I do it with women, but I did it with men. And I did it with other people while we did it. And I got tired of doing it, but I did it anyway. Well, you stayed there, you continued to do it, and you had babies behind it. You did it while you were pregnant with your children. You did it. Kim Porter, you did it. So people talk about Kim Porter and her memoirs and stuff, but there's nothing in Kim Porter's memoirs that could rise to the level of Diddy being arrested. She never said that Diddy forced anybody to do anything. She never said that. He only just said that Diddy, along with other people, had X. SE with the X on the end. So how are you going to get mad when she never stated that he forced anybody to do anything? These was grown adults, peoples, who love getting their freak on, who love get their buddies' booties busted, and all of this. And just because they had free drugs and money was flowing around and everything like that, nobody came forth to press charges or anything. It is just unconscionable to think hundreds of people supposed to have had their buns busted and nobody came forth to press any type of charges for after all of these years. It is just hard for me to believe peoples that now everybody is coming out and have something to say. But why didn't they say something in the beginning? What was it? Money over matters? So you rather be silent. You allowed these people to bust your bonds and you remained silent because you wanted the record deal. That doesn't sit well with me, peoples. Doesn't sit well. Okay, so now this is what it says, people. It says Combs manipulated both men and women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with both commercial ex-workers and unsuspecting partygoers. Combs ensured participation from these individuals by, amongst other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them with or without their knowledge, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatened to cut off the same time, and using intimidation, violence, and illicit drugs. This is basically what I said. While the money was flowing, the people was going. When the money stops, the people start to rot, and the people start saying all of this and that and the other. So you sold yourself. You sold yourself because you continue to come. You continue to come while the music and the money was flowing. And you was hoeing, knowing and not knowing, but you still came. Okay, so it says Combs particularly but fancied the use of the popular date rape drug Rifonol or GHB to commit heinous non-consensual acts of sexual violence and rape unto countless victims. Combs often would secretly use the drug in an alcohol beverage served at his parties. Just like, is that the insinuation of what Jay-Z had did? Jay-Z had offered Beyonce a drink and Beyonce unequivocally, undeniably said, no, I don't want any. But you didn't see Jay-Z end up drinking from that drink. But Beyonce wasn't drinking the drink. So why is Jay-Z offering Beyonce the drink and he doesn't even drink none himself? Think about it, peoples. I said, think about it, peoples. Jay-Z offered Beyonce the drink, but Jay-Z wouldn't take a sip of the drink himself. So did Jay-Z put anything in that drink, peoples? Well, it's only there for speculation, but there is a correlation right here. it clearly says Peoples. Combs would secretly use the drug in an alcoholic beverage served at his parties. So Jay-Z offered Beyonce a drink on live on national TV. We saw that. We clearly saw that. Beyonce unequivocally and undeniably said no. And then Jay-Z body language had literally turned numb. Now the girl speculated Jay-Z was very upset in stuff or whatnot. Well, that's for you to decide, people. You saw the video. You decide whether Jay-Z was angry or not. You decide, peoples. Okay, so it says right here, peoples. It says that partygoers was forced to consume the alcoholic beverage containing GHB. They were forced? Really? So over 200 people was forced to take a drink, and out of 200 something people that was at that party, nobody said anything. Nobody said that they were forced to drink drinks and stuff. No, they wasn't forced, people. They did it themselves because they wanted to stay at the party. They wanted to stay and party. Because remember what LeBron James said, it ain't no party like a Diddy party. And then he dressed up as a woman. But nobody came out to say Diddy had forced me to drink. But nobody said it, peoples. Nobody said that Diddy forced them to drink. Just like the so-called little 13-year-old girl never stated that Diddy forced her to drink. And then she's 13. So what is she doing drinking anyway? What is she doing drinking anyway? If she was at the party, peoples. What did they put it in a Coca-Cola? Okay, so it says people's partygoers were forced to consume the alcoholic beverage containing GHB, either prior to entering or while at Combs' party. So he forced them to drink a drink before they come into the party, or while at the party, he forced them to drink. Really, people? So, I mean, come on now. If I ain't drinking, I ain't drinking. Your party ain't that important to me to whereas I am forced to drink a drink. I said, your party is not that important to me to where I will be forced to drink a drink. But when you go back and you listen to the testimonies of these people who were supposed to have been SA'd peoples, they never stated that Diddy forced them to drink, forced them to do anything. The only thing that they said was Diddy took my manhood, or Diddy played with their kitty and played with their titty. But they never said that Diddy forced them. See, peoples, you got to read and you got to look and you got to listen to what is being said. Because this is what he's saying. He said, Diddy forced them, but no other person ever said that they were been forced. And if it's out there, show me the receipts. Show me that any person who proclaimed that had been great said that they was forced. I've never seen it. I never heard it. This is my first time ever hearing that Diddy force somebody to do anything. Okay, so let's go on peoples. I said let's go on peoples. It says that partygoers was forced to consume the alcoholic beverage containing GHB either prior to entering or while at Combs' party. There are also allegations of Combs dousing victims in lotions or similar body oils, also laced with GHB. So you got to think about this, peoples. If Combs is dousing people with GHB, but then what, did he sprinkle the lotion upon the people or the oils upon the people? Because if that stuff got up on him, guess what? He's got it in his system too. And so if they're going all whatever and stuff, if the lotion or if the baby oil got on them and he has close contact with them, that baby oil or that lotion is going to hit his skin as well. And then he's going to be under just like everybody else. See, people don't think about that. See, the thing is, peoples, if you got baby oil on you, if you come in contact with somebody, that baby oil is going to get on you as well. I said it's going to get on you as well. And so if they're going out, you're going out too because you got it up on you. And your body is just like a sponge. Whatever you put on it is going to seep into the skin, peoples. I said it's going to seep into the skin, peoples. And so whatever the person may be experiencing based upon whatever may be in the oil or the lotion, you're going to feel the same effects because you're coming in close contact with that person. Oh my God, peoples, man, Edward Joseph, come on and continue to educate, because I don't think the people understand. I don't think the people understand. Okay, so it says right here, peoples, there are also allegations of Combs dousing victims in lotions or similar body oils. He never mentioned baby oil. And I didn't know that lotions was similar to body oils. There's no comparison between lotions and oils, peoples. It is a big difference between lotions and oil. But he never mentioned baby oil, peoples. All right. So it says also laced with GHB so that the drug would be absorbed through the victim's skin and make it easier to assault him or her. Well, what did I just say, people? I said that if he comes in contact with anybody that has lotion or oils on it with all of the GHB in it, he is going to be just like them. So what, did he put plastic wrap or saran wrap about his body and SA these peoples? Oh my God, peoples, boy, you know, see, this was the smoking gun right here, this sentence right here. And you guys failed to understand what Edward Joseph was trying to convey to you. Peoples, I'm trying to educate you. I'm trying to teach you something. I'm trying to tell you something. All you got to do is read and listen. It's in your face. There is the evidence right there that I was just talking about. If he came in contact with any of these people that had that substance on them, peoples, well, then if he comes in contact with them, and that's on their person, it's going to be on him as well, peoples. So what Diddy's going to do? He's going to take it and he's going to wipe it or rub it up on the people? Really? Really? Oh my God, man, peoples, do you guys understand freak offs? I don't think you understand freak offs, peoples. It says there are also allegations of Combs dousing victims in lotions or similar body oils, also laced with GHB, so that the drug would be absorbed through the victim's skin and make it easier to assault him or her. Further, it is well known that Combs had a practice of lacing water bottles with other substances such as Xanax and distributing them at his parties. Combs' recurrent and pervasive physical abuse took place for multiple decades. His tendencies of violence and actual assaults were well known amongst his colleagues, employees, and agents in businesses. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 1996 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women and men by striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at and kicking them. Combs also assaulted his children both physically and sexually. Oops. Actually. Okay, so now that was the first reference of Combs ever messing with a minor. But his kids never said anything. In 1996, Combs were found guilty of criminal mischief for threatening a photographer from the New York Post with a gun. In 1999, he was arrested and charged with second-degree assault and criminal mischief in connection with assaulting a record executive. Combs was arrested again the same year for his involvement in a shooting at a club in New York. Another instance of violence occurred at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave his hotel room. Wow, all of these assaults and things like that, and the man still never spent time in jail? Really? Woo, okay. When hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. In the past year, numerous civil complaints have been filed by plaintiffs who allege that they had been actually abused by Combs between 1991 and 2009. In November 2023, 3 lawsuits were filed against Combs under the New York Adult Survivors Act. Cassie Ventura, an artist signed by Bad Boy, sued Combs in New York for rape and physical abuse. She alleges Combs facilitated these acts by and through supplying Miss Ventura with copious amounts of drugs and urging her to take them beginning 2006. Joe Dickerson Neal also sued Combs in New York, alleging Combs drugged her, actually assaulted her, and secretly recorded the assault in 1991. Liz Gardner, who Combs met at an event hosted by a record label affiliated with Bad Boy, sued him for raping her and a friend in 1990 or 1991 when she was only 16. Okay, so now we got a couple more times when they said that Combs had actually assaulted them at the age of 16. So what happened in these cases? The underage kids, the underage kid, his kids ain't never said anything. And then what happened with this case when he was sued by Liz Gardner? Well, haven't heard anything about that. In December 2023, an anonymous plaintiff sued Combs in New York for drugging and gang raping her in 2023 when she was only 17. This victim alleged that employees and business associates of Combs through the affiliation with Bad Boy Enterprise lured her to Combs' home where Combs raped her. All right. So this is a long case file. So we're gonna have to probably do a part 3 to this, peoples, because I'm getting tired. Said I'm getting tired. So we haven't even gotten to page 6 yet. And when it starts to speak upon all of the minors. Okay, so this is where we are. So we're on page 5 right here. And we had left out with Liz Garner. In December 2023, an anonymous plaintiff sued Combs in New York for drugging and gang raping her in 2023 when she was only 17 years old. This victim alleged that the employees and businesses associates of Combs, through their affiliation with Bad Boy Enterprise, lured her to Combs' home where Combs had raped her. And we're going to stop with Little Rod Jones. We're going to stop there, peoples. So now in this particular filing is when it's finally showing that Sean Diddy Combs had raped young people. It's in the case files. This is the case files right here. This is the court filing. And may come to a surprise to many of you, but I never heard of anything that, you know, he was charged with, you know, the sexualization of young people. It's my first time hearing it, but you see it in the court filings right here. Okay, so we have all of the allegations. Now it has to be proven in the court of law. And the thing is, peoples, is that all of the other people who had partaken in this madness, they have to answer. They have to answer to the law, peoples. And so if Sean Diddy Combs did all of what was alleged, he needs to stay in prison and rot his black gay tail forever in there. But this is just only mere allegations, peoples. We're going to read the rest of the filings and things, peoples. We're gonna read it tomorrow. We're going to read it tomorrow. I'm going to be live. There's going to be a part 3 to this. And we're going to read the rest of it. But now we finally see for ourselves that, you know, in this filing, it is mentioning minors. And it's also mentioning that he had sexual activity with his own children. Well, his own children hasn't even said anything. And his own children, it doesn't even look like anything that has transpired. Not like it does with Usher and what's the other guy's name? Usher in what is the guy's name? Usher in Bieber. Justin Bieber. That boy is wearing everything all over his face, shoulders, back, legs, feet, everything. And Usher, he's wearing it too. And he's calling it out too, but not directly. Because I saw some things that he was saying. He doesn't endorse the lifestyle, and he won't allow his kids to be at Puffy Flavor camp. So, people's, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We just read some of the filings that has been submitted to the United States District Court, Southern District of New York. And so we just have to see how all of this stuff is going to play out. But now we finally see made mention of minors. For the first time. And so I'm curious to see what's in the superseding indictment and what evidence do they really have. Because everything is going to be turned over. And you already know some of that stuff, if not all, is going to be leaked to the people. And then we get a chance to see who's going to be arrested for the deviant, devilish, and demonic madness that has been going on in this particular case. Because if Diddy did this, he didn't do it alone. And they've already told you employees, business people, and all of these other people and stuff, everybody had taken part of it. So now I'm looking at December 31st, there should be a mass arrest warrants for a lot of people in the superseding indictment. So a lot of people is going to be losing their freedom come December 31st, 2024. So we're going to see how all of this stuff plays out, peoples, because if the government has the evidence, well, then it's a done deal for these people. And they say that the government don't bring charges unless they have evidence. Well, I'm just stating that everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Even when we hear about the salaciousness in this court filing, he is still presumed innocent until proven guilty, peoples. All right, people, that's all that I have. You guys go ahead and share this live, like and subscribe. Thank you to all of my new subscribers and stuff. Thank you to all of the people who have participated on tonight in the chat. Greatly appreciate you guys. You know, always good, wonderful supporters. Mellow and Little Bo Peep. Thank you so much for coming in and showcasing your support. Greatly appreciate that. Greatly appreciate that. You know, it's amazing to me, peoples, that when the people disagree with what you say, people don't want to come and support. And that's fine. That's perfectly all right with me, peoples, you know. Because like I say, I'm always going to be here and I'm always going to shoot my shot. I'm always going to say what I need to say. But you always have an opportunity to come speak your piece, however it may be. And we can agree to disagree. That's fine. You know. But it's all right, people. You know, I don't take nothing to heart. I just continue to keep moving. I continue to keep doing what I do and stuff. And that's what it is. And I'm going to continue to keep running my life this way because I like this new way. Is that all right, people? So next week, I'll be off for the Christmas week. We're going to get in here. We're going to cover this case and we're going to cover more cases and stuff, people. You know, I got the whole week off. And so I'm going to try to get in here every single night because I ain't got nothing to do, peoples. I don't have nothing to do but just go live and cover cases. And that's what we're going to do, peoples. All right, peoples, I'm tired. I'm going to get me some rest. You know, I really need to close my eyes and stuff and lay down. You know, I'm tired. I haven't fully recuperated from the other day. I was so tired. I was going to go live on Friday night, but I was just so darn tired. It was just crazy. So I didn't fully get my rest, but and then I had to wake up this morning and then go down to the place to where I'm doing the volunteer work. Then I came back and now I'm here live, and I've already given you guys 4 hours and 18 minutes. So that's good. Some good juicy information and things that you can feast upon and stuff. And again, peoples, you make your decision as to what you believe. I'm not here to vilify nobody. I'm not here to call anybody to the carpet to blame them to say that you are guilty based upon the allegations of others, because I have a problem when the people want to come out now and say something when they could have said something at the time to when this alleged raping and actual assault occurred. That bothers me, peoples, because that lets me know that if it did or didn't happen, it was all about money. You accepted whatever may or may not happen to you because it was all about money. And so when the money came to an end, that's when you wanted to try to reveal the sin. Well, again, peoples, he's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2024 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. People, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, if the Lord says the same, I will be back tomorrow. I got all day tomorrow, peoples. And then I got all next week. And we're going to be live every single night, peoples. And we're going to get in. We're going to touch on these cases hard and heavy. Hard and heavy. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to do part 3 to this. And we're going to finish up on this paperwork of what the court says. This is what's been filed with the courts. We're going to take a look at this, people, and see what is being alleged. And then you decide either now or later on what you believe. Do you take up for Diddy and Jay-Z or do you not? I'm not here to tell you what you need to do or how you need to think or what you need to feel and so on and so forth. All I'm saying is through my lenses, he's innocent until proven guilty. Is that all right, peoples? So before you go and start opening up your mouth and start accusing people of something that you really don't have no knowledge of or no evidence of, be careful the things that you say, peoples, because all of that stuff can come back up on you. It can come back up on you, peoples. And when it do, don't you dare start screaming and hollering about anything, because you made your bed and you lied in it. All right, peoples. You guys be blessed. Get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you on tomorrow. And again, peoples, I greatly appreciate your support. Thank you again, Mello. Thank you again, Little Bo Peep. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of my new subscribers. And thank you to the people who watch my content on a daily. Like and subscribe. And share this live, peoples. Tell a friend so they can come in. Is that all right, peoples? All right. And if I don't see you guys, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to you. You know, I pray the blessings of Jabez upon your life. I pray that all of you will be able to get the various things that you've been wanting and whatnot. I hope you've been good and not naughty, but I hope you have been nice so Santa Claus can bless you, peoples. All right. See you tomorrow, peoples, if the Lord says the same. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.